The time is now 5:30 and we have a quorum present, so I'll call this meeting of the Madison Plan Commission of July 10th, 2023 to order. First, we will hear from our technical facilitator.
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do the best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all registrants speak, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jesse. First on our agenda is agenda item 1, Legistar 60306, public comment period. And I believe we do not have any public comment. Is that correct, Kevin?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Then moving on, communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Commissioner Mendez.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just want to disclose that for agenda items 13 and 14, I've had brief conversations with UW Health on some of the items or some of the construction planning. So, but it should not affect my vote or decision in any way.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Anything else? Seeing no raised hands, we'll move on. Minutes of the June 12th special meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes of the June 12th, 2023 special meeting? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Mendez, seconded by Commissioner Solheim. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion to approve those minutes passes unanimously. We also have the minutes of the June 26, 2023 regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to those minutes? Seeing no raised hands, do we have a motion to approve? Moved by Alder Duncan, seconded by Commissioner Solheim. And again, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Commissioner Spencer.
I was not present at that meeting, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anything else? Seeing no other raised hands, I'll assume unanimous consent except for the abstention by Commissioner Spencer. With that, the motion passes unanimously with that one abstention. Okay, next on our agenda are the schedule of meetings. Our upcoming regular meetings, Monday, July 24th, August 7th, and August 28th, all at 5:30 and all virtual meetings. And then we have a special meeting on Thursday, September 7th. And that one, as with our other special meetings, will start at 5 p.m. and will be in room 215 of the Madison Municipal Building. Next, I will go to the consent agenda. It's the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments, and on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item. These consent agenda items are addressed at the beginning of our meeting, and then people interested in those would be free to leave the meeting. Of the items before us today, the following are proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda item 4, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinance entitled City Boundaries and being part of the chapter entitled Alder District and Wards, annexing to the first Alder District the property located adjacent to 2550 Woods Road in the town of Verona, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to annex the property to Ward 158, amending our ordinances to add Ward 158 to Alder District 1, and assigning a temporary zoning classification of temporary agriculture district. Agenda item 5 should be placed on file without prejudice at the request of staff. That is Legistar 77249. Agenda item 9, Legistar 77938, approving the preliminary plat and final plat of the American Center East Park 6th edition on property addressed as 4711 East Park Boulevard in District 17. Agenda item 10, Legistar 78189, located at 233 Langdon Street, District 2, consideration of a conditional use in the downtown residential 2 district for a lodging house to allow a 12-unit apartment building to be converted into a 24-bedroom lodging house. Agenda item 11 and 12, which are related, Legistar 78190, located at 2810 Winona Way, District 14, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence. Agenda item 12, Legistar 78191, also located at 2810 Winona Way, District 14, consideration of a conditional use to allow a new single-family residence detached accessory building to be constructed on a lakefront property in consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential consistent 1 district for a total area of accessory buildings measured at ground floor that exceeds 1,000 square feet to allow construction of a new single-family residence and detached garage on a lakefront parcel already developed with a boathouse. Of the items before us today, are there any requests for separation? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Shepherd, seconded by Commissioner Solheim. And I will open the public hearing, close the public hearing, and I will assume unanimous consent unless there is a raised hand to object. Consent agenda is approved. Moving on, the next item we will consider is agenda item 2, Legistar 78691, WIS.I 39/90/94 study. And I will turn this over at this point to Tom Lynch, who is the director of our transportation department. Tom.
Good. I think I'd like to present from my computer, and it looks like I have that ability. So, and then Ben Zellers will be helping as well. I think Ben is. I think I saw his face. So we'll go ahead and start. So we'll just talk about the interstate project. The Wisconsin DOT is, in many ways, has not done many projects in Dane County over the last decade or so, and now, right now, they have 2 to 3 pretty major projects, and one of them is the interstate project. They're preparing an environmental impact statement with a draft being released in spring of 24. It's a large project. It's 67 miles. It goes from Madison to the Wisconsin Dells, 9 miles of which are in the city of Madison. There's 17 interchanges that are being studied, and 6 of them are in the city of Madison. The Wisconsin DOT would like to select a preferred alternative in the fall of 2023, and it's already the middle of July, so it's coming up pretty soon. It's on a very relatively rapid time frame. Part of this is because they would like this project to go before the State Transportation Projects Commission, which is in 2024, and that meets only once every 2 years. And a requirement to go before it is you have to have your environmental documentation completed. Here are some of the interchanges in the Madison area, and I circled in red interchanges that are of particular interest to the city of Madison. The state places a very high priority on what they call their quarters 2030 routes, which includes backbone and connector routes. Generally WISDOT prefers system free flow connections between their quarters 2030 routes. So examples of that are, if you think about the Badger interchange, and when you travel through the Badger interchange, you don't really need to reduce speed, right? You're always able to go within 10 miles of the design speed. However, and they will probably continue to have that objective as they move forward in the process. However, Madison does have input opportunities over service interchanges, such as local interchanges. This presents several opportunities. One, because they are looking at the 151 interchange with the interstate that connects directly to East Washington, and we have a problem with high speeds on East Washington, particularly near the interchange there. In 2021, we had 5 pedestrian and bicycle deaths on East Washington due to speeding. So this is not a small problem. It's a rather large problem for us. There's opportunity for 2 interchanges. One is the Milwaukee Street interchange, which has been incorporated in city plans for a while. And then interstate access also to the American Center, which has been a desire of many of the businesses in the American Center for probably almost a decade as well. And then one last one is providing some type of urban street access to the American Center. Right now, if you want to go to the American Center for almost anything, whether it be to the hospital or, it's almost impossible to get there by bike. You really have to get in a car and go on a freeway, to get to the American Center. It's a little bit disconnected from the city, and it'd be nice if we could get it more into the fabric of our street network. So the discussion, how we'll go through this is, we'll go through the Hepker and Milwaukee Street interchanges first, because they perhaps have the greatest interest to the Plan Commission. The 151 interchange, which is quite confusing because of the numerous alternatives they've come up with. I'm going to applaud WisDOT in that they did come up with some creative alternatives, but they are a little bit confusing. The interstate alternatives are straightforward, and then the pedestrian and bicycle accommodations we'll discuss as well. So right now, actually, yeah, I think I do this, and then Ben jumps in right after the slide. DOT is looking at two different types of diamond interchanges at Hepker Road. One is a traditional diamond, where, however, if you notice, they shift the main line of I-3990 just slightly to the east to reduce the possibility of relocations. To the right is alternative 2, which is a partial clover leaf. And this also would be acceptable. However, you can see it uses up a little bit more land. The selection of one or the other probably is going to be largely dependent on traffic modeling that's performed by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. This interchange would be very close to both the Stoughton Road, the US 51 interchange, as well as the 151 interchange there at East Washington. And so they have certain level of service requirements that they like to see for weaving and the like. And the partial clover leaf, you can see, provides just a little bit more weaving from the 151 interchange. And so that their modeling might suggest that that's a better interchange for the interstate operations rather than the diamond. We don't know that right now, and they won't probably have their modeling completed until sometime this fall. Ben, I think we'll do some of the next few slides. Ben, you want to talk through some of this?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. So as we've looked at some of the Hepker Road designs, as staff have kind of started looking at benefits and challenges, and just to summarize some of those real quickly here. Benefits, interchange at Hepker Road would improve interstate access to area employers and regional medical facilities in the American Family Business Park. It would serve planned residential growth to the northeast of the interchange, show that on a following map as far as future land uses, and then could potentially facilitate some further development on sites within the American Center that are already somewhat developed right now, but could potentially have some infill development as well. Challenges, it would increase traffic on Hepker Road and may need improvements to accommodate that increased traffic. And by improvements, it would potentially be going from 2 to 4 lanes. DOT is starting to look at projections, traffic projections related to this, and are saying that traffic impacts to Portage Road are fairly limited. Then west of the interstate, development is somewhat limited by airport height restrictions. And I'd also note that adopted city plans don't currently consider a Hepker interchange, but could be revised if this is something that the Plan Commission and Council and DOT would think is a interchange that needs to be considered. Do next slide. So as staff, we started just taking a first look at the areas that would be most impacted and benefited by a potential interchange at Hepker Road. That's outlined in that kind of fluorescent green. You can kind of see that it does go over all the way to Sun Prairie as far as potential benefits. And we can also see the planned residential growth north of Hepker Road and east of the interstate. So it's a fair amount of residential growth there. Then, of course, American Family Business Park to the south. Do the next slide. So just to point out and reinforce some of the regionally important businesses that are in the area. UW Hospital, certainly. Baker Tilly has a pretty new building in the American Family Business Park. Alliant Energy, longtime office building, office resident, I guess, in the American Family Business Park, American Family itself, of course. And then UW is building a substantial new clinic facility just to the south of UW Hospital as well. Next slide. And I think, Tom, you're going to touch on the Milwaukee Street configuration.
I'll do this. This is a similar situation. This alternative would go off of an extension of Milwaukee Street. So this is occurring just east of Sprecher Road. This has been in city plans for 15 to 20 years. To the left, we have a partial clover leaf. And then to the right, we have a traditional diamond interchange. Note the traditional diamond shows roundabouts, but that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. Those could also be, signalized intersections as well. Again, they'll be largely dependent on the Wisconsin DOT traffic modeling. Technically, according to policy, they don't like to have a service interchange. So this is considered a service interchange within 2 miles of a system interchange, which is the Badger interchange. So this interchange actually does fall within that. And so if they need a little bit more room for weaving, which is probably provided by alternative 1, that might be necessary in this instance, just so that, we don't have to get into a collector distributor type of roadway system that ends up being confusing and ends up taking more land. And I'll move on.
So just kind of same type of format for Milwaukee Street as we look at potential benefits. This would provide interstate access for existing and future East Side residents and employers. As Tom mentioned, this is included in adopted city plans. And I'll touch on that a bit more in a following slide. It does build a planned crossing of Milwaukee Street under Interstate 94, connecting it up to County Road T, which would be an important connection and is also part of city planning. Milwaukee Street and Sprecher Road, close to the possible interchange, are built to accommodate interchange traffic. Milwaukee Street is 2 lanes each direction through this area, either presently or has space reserved for that. It would increase first response coverage by Fire Station 13. That definitely is supported by the fire station, just in terms of increasing response and response coverage. And decreasing response time, I guess I should say. DOT is projecting that traffic volume increases would be fairly modest. Challenges: the Milwaukee Street connection to County T north of the interstate may require extensive grading. There's some topography there that would have to be dealt with. And as Tom mentioned, also would be located relatively close to the existing system interchange. And if you can do the next slide. So looking at a similar view with the comprehensive plan, generalized future land use map with a potential impact area in green. You can see to the south and west is kind of the existing Grandview Commons development. So a fair amount of existing development there. But then we do have along the interstate itself planned future employment and mixed use development just off that planned future employment. And this is for a few reasons, really, to kind of buffer potential residential development from the interstate, also to provide a really employment node for this east side of the city. And we'll look at kind of employment centers and how they're spread amongst the city in a future slide as well. This area really has seen no employment development, so I think it's fair to say that it's kind of waiting on a potential interchange, and if that doesn't happen, we would probably need to revisit the land use planning for this area and adjust that to greatly reduce the amount of employment that's shown. And then further north, you can see the Northeast Neighborhoods Neighborhood Development Plan, which has a very substantial amount of residential development planned for the future. And then just beyond that to the north is the recently adopted Reiner NDP. I guess next slide. Yeah. So just to kind of cover how Milwaukee Street is mentioned in existing city plans. It's shown in the Sprecher Neighborhood Development Plan, which was adopted in 1998, last amended in 2012. Also shown in the 2018 Comprehensive Plan, saying that an interstate interchange at this general location would help implement higher intensity employment and mixed land uses planned for the area. And then also recommended by the Common Council in 2017, supporting the concept of an interchange at this location subject to a study, which is underway right now. And then also reinforcing implementing recommended land uses in this area with an interchange. Next slide. And so there is some visioning that has taken place for this interchange, kind of shown it left there, and we would hope, I think, and look towards reducing the amount of surface parking that's shown on this concept kind of rendering / sketch. And really can look to some examples in the area as potential, avenues for future development in this area. Arbor Gate being one of them along the Beltline, and could potentially even pull buildings up along the street instead of having parking in between the building and street. And then there's also City Center West and the Deco, kind of along Junction Road, just south of the Old Sauk Road interchange with the Beltline. City Center West being a major office development with structured parking along the highway. And then the Deco being a mixed use development with a substantial amount of residential, multifamily residential that's kind of pulled up along the street as well. Next slide. And then just to touch on employment centers. And so this is an employment map of density of employment throughout Madison. You can really see a concentration along the Beltline in various areas. Of course, UW Hospital, UW campus in downtown, and then a bit more out as you get out along East Washington Avenue. You can kind of see Milwaukee Street area, kind of a blank canvas for employment. And so this would provide some employment destinations for the substantial amount of residential development planned for that area. And so we would want to hopefully have those employment destinations and have residents living close by to reduce the number of residents that would really have to commute out of this area if this was solely residential development, provide housing and employment opportunities in close proximity instead of having people, necessarily driving up to the American Center or over to the West Side. There would be an employment opportunity here. It's not to say that, there wouldn't be some regional traffic that would want to go into employment in this area as well, but it does provide some foundation for increasing the mix of use in this area, which has not happened absent the potential interchange.
Yeah. In some ways, you might say that, Hepker Road would probably serve kind of an existing employment center, albeit a little bit to the south, and Milwaukee Street would serve an emerging or a future employment center. Chair Zellers, I noticed that there's some people that have had their hands up, and I do think that the 151 interchange is almost, you have to get into a different mindset. I wonder if it'd be worthwhile to answer questions now, take a pause on these two interchanges before moving on to 151. Does that seem wise or not wise?
Well, I would want to move to public comment before we go to questions, and I'm happy to do that. Although I'm not sure what they're looking to comment about. So why don't we do that, and then we can move to questions of staff on what you've presented so far. The first registrant, actually the only registrant wishing to speak, is Connor Villarreal, South Park Street, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Connor, you have 3 minutes. Jesse, do we have somebody named Connor that's there? Connor?
Connor, I see you toggled your mute on and off. Is there perhaps a mute button on your microphone or headset? You are unmuted on our end.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can
Yes.
hear you now.
Oh, so sorry about that. Thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to speak on specifically like the 151 interchange. If you can still hear me all right.
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, looking at the 151 interchange plans, alternative 5 seems like honestly the best option that has been from the other public feedback that was submitted, as well as some of the recommendations on the document there. For me, as I commute only by bike, and I've had to go to the American Center multiple times, and having that connection on High Crossing Road is really life-saving. It really changes, and like I think someone else mentioned here, was it Tom Lynch who mentioned that this is a connection that doesn't exist, right? And I wanted to just talk in support of that. That is the only plan that also, I believe, mentioned an all ages and abilities bike connection and pedestrian connection. And that's something that we often don't see around Madison, the farther out you go, especially towards I-94 and that. That's all I have. I don't have any other questions. I just wanted to speak in support. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Connor. Are there any questions of Connor?
Chair?
Yes.
We do have another registrant registered at 5:10 p.m. So it's
okay. So Kevin, could you read their name into the record, please?
Sure, and I was going to note the same thing. We have Julie Aulick, A-U-L-I-K, registered in neither support nor opposition, wishing to speak on this item.
Okay, Julie, you have 3 minutes.
I believe I have successfully unmuted.
Yes, you have. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Start the timer. So, hi, everyone. I'm Julie Aulick. I'm the Director of Community Relations at UW Health, and that includes local government relations. And I just wanted to note that we're here tonight on another item, but we've been very invested in both the Hepker interchange and 151. So I wanted to offer some comments. My colleague Mike McKay is here too for questions if you have them. So off the bat, we support the Hepker interchange, either alternative. And we also support alternative 5 or 5A for 151, which Tom will explain, and it is indeed quite complicated. And just a little background on Hepker. Since 2018, we have been working with a group of stakeholders in and around the American Center, including American Family Alliance, FedEx, several others, as well as the city of Madison, Sun Prairie. And as Ben showed you, we have not only a hospital and a major medical center being built in the American Center, we have another medical center, a rehab hospital, and a facility west of the interstate. So we have a lot at stake in this area, is my point. So just quickly regarding Hepker, we are especially interested in the prospect of local road improvements, as well as the comments at the end of the last paragraph in the staff report, which are talking about how we pay for interchanges using assessment and impact fees, which Tom has thoroughly informed us about. But it goes on to say the policy could be revised to include other funding sources. And we just want to say that we are very, very willing to work with the city and DOT, as well as other stakeholders on the potential for that. And the staff report concludes with the neighborhood development plan would also need to be modified to reflect land use changes that could occur with a new interchange. I have had a chance to meet with Ben and Brian Grady, and would just like to say how much we would welcome a neighborhood plan with a much stronger consistency with the comp plan, as well as changes related to a new interchange, and really taking a fresh look at the future of that area where we see great potential, especially with the town of Burke also heading into the city. And lastly, just really appreciate the work on 5 and 5A. Tom will go over those with you, and we fully support the goals for that interchange. And again, appreciate the work on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. The last registrant is Michael McKay, UW Health Courtroom 104 Middleton, support not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing UW Health at the American Center. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Kevin, did you have something that you wanted to say?
I just wanted to note there was one other additional speaker available to answer questions.
Okay, and who is that, please?
That is Ann Kovich, Kovich, registered in support and available to answer questions, but not wishing to speak.
Okay, and I would note that Ann is the chair of our Transportation Commission. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, are there questions of staff about the Hepker Road or the Milwaukee Street interchange options? Alder Field.
Hello, thank you for all this information. I was wondering if I could have a little more information about the study, Tom, that you mentioned being done following there's a reference to a study in the 2017 resolution passed by council, I believe, about the Milwaukee Street interchange. And I'm wondering if that study would involve either traffic volume projections on nearby roads in the network, or if the study involves perhaps something about the number of employment or amount of employment, land use, zoning in the nearby area. I think Ben had alluded to kind of that as an open question at this point too.
Yeah,
Tom, could you take down your slides, please? If we need to, we can obviously go back to any of them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll say something. So there was in the capital budget, about $250,000 was put to prepare an interchange access justification report, an IAJR, for the Milwaukee Street interchange. And so that was actually transferred to my budget. We were going to go ahead and move forward with that. However, at that time, the Wisconsin DOT kind of initiated this interstate project, and they actually said that they would do the study and they would do the volumes. And so that was a kind of a better situation for us. There's easily $250,000 to $500,000 worth of modeling that we would have to do as a city, and then we would have to probably convince that the Wisconsin DOT that our study was, that our study was okay. And right now they're using their model that they're using for the whole 72-mile corridor, and so they have confidence in it. They have done some preliminary modeling, particularly for the Milwaukee Street area, where you might be most interested in. And depending on which alternative is selected for the 151, the traffic volumes actually that increase on Sprecher Road and Milwaukee Street are somewhat modest. I'm going to say between 5 and 15%. And I can talk to you, but generally, with a travel demand model, changes between 5 and 15%. It's almost within the margin of error for the model. These are not exact models; they're they give kind of foreshadowings of where the traffic will go. And so I could prepare a little bit more or provide a little bit more to you if you're interested, this week, next week, something like that. And
That would be-
I should note that it's preliminary modeling, so they're not assignments. And so, and they just really have been available to us for about a little bit less than a week.
That would be very helpful, just in kind of sharing that out with constituents, getting feedback and determining positions on this one. Thank you.
Do you have any further questions, Alderfield?
Just one. So Ben did raise the prospect of questioning the amount of employment uses in this area, and that's obviously a topic quite relevant to this body. Ben, you mentioned waiting a couple of years to see if anybody steps forward with employment zoning proposals. Did you have an idea about looking at just interest in that specific area, or looking at citywide interest and then assessing possible potential interest in that part of the city as well? I'm asking because I'm interested in revisiting the plan on the sooner side if we're going to, accounting for the possible change in demand for employment areas and office buildings following the switch to a lot of people working from home.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't, to my knowledge, done like a citywide or regional study of the full office market. We have spoken with our economic development staff, though, and they do feel like over the long term, might not be in the next 5 years or so, but this is a long-term certainly plan for the area with the Northeast Neighborhoods Plan and the comprehensive plan. Over the long term, they do feel it is likely that there will be demand for locating offices with highway access, and that it would be beneficial to have that to kind of not only keep potentially some employers that are already in the area within the Madison metro area, but also potentially attract other employers. Not, while we might want many of them to hopefully locate downtown or on the isthmus, not all of them certainly are looking for that. So economic development did feel it was appropriate to maintain some employment along the highway if this interchange is going to continue to be in our plans.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderfield. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Tom, to expand on Alderfield's question in regards to public input, is that something that the state will take over, or is that something that will happen in Transportation Commission? How does that communication outreach happens? It sounds like you said something about choice 1 and choice 2 will be based on modeling. So where does the community input is collected?
Yeah. So the Wisconsin Department of Transportation has had maybe 2 or 3 public involvement meetings. Because it's a 72-mile corridor, they've had them at more centrally located locations. Like I think one was in DeForest and another was a little bit farther north and maybe Portage in the corridor. Because there weren't public involvement meetings, right in the Madison area, we asked if they would hold 2 more. And they held one at the Union Hall just off of I-94. And then we also held one in the American Center. So those are probably the 2 that will occur this summer. They will hold another set of public information meetings this fall, and they'll use that as a way to announce their preferred alternative. So I don't know if there will be a lot of additional public involvement meetings. I do know that if you ask for additional information or meetings with WSDOT, they're generally pretty accommodating and would do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any further questions, Alder? No. Okay. Any other questions in regard to either Hepker Road or Milwaukee Street? Seeing no raised hands, I do have some questions myself that I would like to ask. For both Hepker Road and Milwaukee Street, as Julie Aulick mentioned, it says the city of Madison would be responsible for paying a local cost share associated with interchange construction. And this is for both. Madison has a policy that passes that cost on to benefiting properties through assessments, impact fees. This policy could be revised to include other funding sources. My question is, have other funding sources been used in the past, or has this policy been fairly rigorously adhered to? And then secondly, why would we want to vary from this policy, particularly in this time of very tight budgets? I do realize that there's a possibility, as was mentioned, of TIF funds, but we have not been necessarily all that good about predicting outcomes of TIDs, and we've had to transfer funds from successful TIDs to less successful TIDs. So again, those are my questions in regard to that particular item. And I think this probably is Tom.
Yeah. So the city of Madison does have an assessment policy for interchanges, and they've used that a couple times in the last decade or so. It was used for the Junction Road jug handle, for instance. That was paid for, partially paid for through assessments. And then the High Crossing interchange right by Home Depot, that was paid for by an assessment. There's some, the DOT was quite clear that we would be responsible for about half of the cost. And so those costs per interchange would be between $10 and $15 million per interchange. However, we would probably want to negotiate with the FHW or with WSDOT regarding, well, are there other federal funds involved, and could they be offsetting? There is some value in having some type of assessment policy, because everyone wants something if it's free, right? If it's free, yeah, I'll take something that's free. But if people, if there is, some type of investment that people that want that interchange have, then then they have to view it in light of all the other competing priorities. Other funding sources could occur. TIF could be used, for example, and for let's say the Milwaukee Street interchange, the density and the increment in the Milwaukee Street area probably would be higher with an interchange than without an interchange, and so that would generate more TIF funding available. There is a state law that states that you can't use assessment. You can't use TIF funds for improvements that you use assessments for. So that would require a change in our assessment policy. It could also be just a capital cost that the city views that this is enough of a priority that they want to invest in it. An example of that would be the County AB interchange. I don't know if any of you have been on the County AB extension. The DOT is actually constructing that interchange, but the city of Madison decided that we would be constructing the roads and some of the local improvements. And the city just felt like this was enough of a benefit to the traveling public, both safety-wise or mobility-wise, that we're going to include in our capital program. And some or all could be done depending on the level of desire from policymakers. Did I answer that? Okay. Actually, I should say one more thing. Right now, we are we're just evaluating the alternatives. Whether or not the city will agree to a one or both interchanges will be part of a memorandum of agreement that probably will occur in the spring of 2024. So when they release their environmental impact statement, they will request a commitment for us to participate. And that's probably an opportune time for us to bring the project through the BCC process, and the city will determine if they want to contribute the local share or not for these interchanges, and how that local share would be funded.
Thank you, Tom. I see we have a raised hand now. Commissioner Spencer. Commissioner Spencer, we can't hear you. No, you're unmuted on our end, but no, we can't hear you. Okay, why don't you work on that, sign in again maybe, and I'll ask one more question in the interim. So on page 12 of the report, it says, it is well documented that capacity expansion leads to greater vehicle miles traveled with the associated environmental and land use effects. And I note that it's being discussed widening Hepker Road. And my understanding is the projection is around 20,000 vehicles per day. And so I'm wondering whether that is something that we should do or not, considering that doing that kind of thing tends to be kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of increased vehicle miles traveled. Could you comment on that, please, Tom?
Yeah, so I think generally when arterials are expanded, it's been documented that it allows people to make different locational choices. Like I can, if it only takes me 25 minutes to go 25 miles, and I can live 25 miles from, from work. And so oftentimes when sufficient capacity is on our arterials, people make locational choices that tend to increase vehicle miles traveled. I'm going to kind of suggest that the Hepker Road is a little bit of a different situation. Basically every service interchange in the Madison area, it has a 4-lane typical section as it travels through the interchange. The one exception would be Seminole Highway, which is really a half interchange. For instance, the Milwaukee Street interchange has 4 lanes leading up to it. So at Hepker Road, there would be up probably over 20,000 cars. It perhaps could be handled by a 2-lane if with turn lanes, but I suspect that highway designers would want it to be appropriately sized. And so for that interchange to function, Hepker Road for a certain distance leading up to the interchange would probably have to be a 4-lane roadway. That's not part of the official proposal right now, but the traffic volumes are ranging from 20 to 25,000. Conversely, I think there was a lot of concern regarding Portage Road, which is a rural 2-lane roadway, having traffic volumes that would need a 4-lane typical section. And Portage Road may want to be improved, but the volumes are well within what a 2-lane roadway could handle. So.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. Okay, we're going to give Commissioner Spencer another try here. Are you? You want to try again? No, we can't. We cannot hear you. Did you try logging out and signing in again?
That's what I advise is, just log out and come back in. Sometimes it just does that.
Okay. In the interim, Commissioner McCahill.
Thank you. I guess playing off of Chair Zeller's question about adding capacity, causing more traffic, there's this talk about like there will be this development or likely be all this development out there. It's, potential employment centers and all this. At the same time, as Ben mentioned, we want to see more central development, and we are putting policies in place like the TDM program to sort of nudge that to happen. And so I feel like the fact that WisDOT is doing modeling that I'm sure can't account for those types of things seems like a big question mark for me. Like, how do we account for everything? And like I guess just coming back to that question, like, is it likely that a lot of this development won't happen, or that it will have less parking, or all these things, and that we might need to account for things like that?
Yeah, I'll give perhaps my opinion, and then Ben can do some more. The WisDOT's using the MPO's demand model, and I believe that the MPO's demand model uses TAZs at assume probably a 50% redevelopment rate. So 50% of our growth will come, from externally, and 50% will come internally. And so, and I'm going to say that's been pretty consistent with how we have been, except I believe in 2022, we actually got to see a little bit more redevelopment, internal growth. Some of this development, I'm going to say like for the American Center, that's has the characteristics of a suburban employment center, you might say, but they are increasing the density of the American Center, and it's becoming its own destination. If the Milwaukee Street area, if this interchange were put there, it would probably provide an avenue for the employment and the commercial uses to occur there. Without that, then it would probably remain housing, and it probably, could remain this kind of moderately dense housing. It would have to be revised. Some of that ex-urban employment growth is going to happen at some interchange, County Highway N, it is happening. This would just have it happen a little bit closer to the Madison area. Ben, how do you think I answered? Did I answer that okay?
I mean, yeah, I don't have like the ins and outs of how WisDOT integrates measures like TDM into their modeling. I would think this is just a total guess that it maybe doesn't get into the kind of nitty gritty of those policy items, but to the extent that we do have those in place, it would seem like that could potentially reduce traffic further than what they're projecting. And I also think, kind of building off what Tom had said, we have the ability much more easily to serve this area with transit, and for Milwaukee Street in particular, there's already transit service that goes out there. And so while we are talking about an interchange, we're also talking about having employment and uses in that area that could be served by transit and would be served by transit and have TDM measures in place. Whereas if it happens in, DeForest or Cottage Grove or wherever else, would likely not be in place for those areas.
Did you have any follow-ups, Commissioner McCahill?
No, that just sort of confirmed all the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions in regard to Hepker Road and Milwaukee Street interchanges? If not, let's move on then to the rest of the presentation.
Okay, I'm going to restart it. Okay, here's the Highway 151 interchange. Key objectives from the city's standpoint are to slow speeds onto East Washington, provide an urban connection to the American Center, reduce or at least moderate noise impacts, the opportunity to enhance development opportunities, complement BRT, and then have something that's relatively consistent to the Ratman Neighborhood Development Plan entrance. Here's an example of East Washington, just west of the interchange. And you can see how these cars are coming off of free-flowing ramps from a freeway, and speeds are easily 55 miles an hour right here. If you had to cross, if you had to cross here, how difficult it would be as a pedestrian, or right here, right? And a couple of our pedestrian fatalities occurred kind of in this area. If we look at development opportunities, this is a high crossing east of the interstate. And so we are getting a little bit of density, housing density back here, and a little bit of employment density. If you look on the north side, so north is to the left of this picture, there's quite a bit of surface parking. Here's the theater that's going to be torn down. We have auto car dealerships, which auto car dealerships need a place to be, but there might be other opportunities, or at least denser opportunities. If we go to the north side of 151, this is the American Center. I believe this is a somewhat outdated picture because there's more stuff there, right? More stuff is, but you can see at least on the properties that are fronting 151, they're mostly developed. They're probably unlikely to add more density here or convert some of their parking lots until some of this open land is freer. This is the existing interchange. It does not slow speeds. It provides a pretty awkward urban connection, like to get by bicycle to the American Center or the UW Hospital is very difficult. It's difficult if you're driving a car but don't want to use a freeway. The noise is, what it is right now. We're going to kind of use it as a baseline. The development opportunities are what they are, and use it as a baseline. It does somewhat complement BRT. In fact, BRT will be traveling along High Crossing Boulevard and capturing some of the residences right there south of High Crossing. And it doesn't really add an American Center entrance. This is alternative one. There are some things we like about it. It does all of a sudden the major system movements that WSDOT desires. They have a free-flowing 50-mile-an-hour ramp for the freeway to freeway movements, but cars that are going on to East Washington, they use a traditional diamond interchange that has stoplights, right? And so just the fact that a car has to go through a stoplight before going on to East Washington is a good thing, right? That means that they're, instead of starting from 55 off that free-flowing ramp, they're starting from a stop at the stoplight before they enter East Washington. It doesn't provide an urban connection. It doesn't really reduce noise. In fact, this one ramp would be above ground, and so might add to the noise impacts. It's about the same as far as bus rapid transit. And it's about the same. It does provide a little bit of a different entrance to the American family. So, cars could still use high crossing, but the main entrance would be through a shifted diamond interchange. Alternative 2, actually we feel is worse than alternative 1 because it creates the free flow ramp, but it doesn't provide any of the benefits that the diamond interchange would have. You could see that they have the free flow ramps for their system movements, but if you were to exit onto East Washington, you still exit from a free flowing ramp. There's no stop lights there to provide a little bit of I'm just going to say to provide a little bit of a slowing effect. It doesn't really enhance development opportunities. Doesn't really add a different American Center entrance. This one is interesting in that this would, slow East Washington speeds. We'd have interchanges or signals right here and here, but also note that if you wanted to get to East Washington, you would actually get off right here and use high crossing, kind of an urban street that goes through the high crossing area before you even get here. So you will be on an urban street for probably at least a half mile before you even get to East Washington west of the interstate. So, there's stoplights that are occurring, could be occurring here, urban connections. And this would provide perhaps an opportunity to enhance the development opportunities, at least on one side of the road. These are relatively low density uses that could probably be converted. It would have kind of a modest effect on BRT because I think BRT would still run on high crossing. This would not provide an added entrance to the American Center. Alternative 4 is similar to alternative 3, but instead of the extension of East Washington going on High Crossing Boulevard, it goes on the American Center side. This is okay. However, it because this street, the extension of East Washington Avenue, doesn't have intersections. It's really just in effect a connection. Speeds would probably be, in the 45 mile an hour range because there's no really urban context, and probably it would not foster any redevelopment because most of these properties where you see my cursor, most of those properties are already fully developed, are probably unlikely to redevelop for a couple of decades. Alternative 5 was actually a pretty creative alternative, and we're glad that the DOT was willing to look at this. What this does is this extends East Washington Avenue on to High Crossing Boulevard. And so basically, this just becomes an urban street. East Washington Avenue is connected to the 151 roadway way up here. And East Washington traffic goes through High Crossing Boulevard, which is a relatively lower used, lower volume roadway. The entrance into the American Center would be very similar to what exists today. They have a partial jug handle right here. And then, with this extension of East Washington Avenue on High Crossing, again, this provides an opportunity for perhaps some of the land uses to be a little bit more denser on High Crossing Boulevard. This has an interesting effect on traffic volumes because of the added signals and distance associated with directing East Washington traffic onto High Crossing Boulevard. Some of the traffic that's destined for Madison actually would travel on the interstate and then on Highway 30. That has the effect of actually decreasing traffic volumes at the Stoughton Road, East Washington Avenue intersection by maybe 30%, which is pretty substantial. The reason why that's interesting to us because the DOT is also looking at improvements to the East Washington and Stoughton Road intersection, and we would like to see a less impactful type of alternative there. However, the Wisconsin DOT is saying, well, if we take that much traffic off of East Washington and put it on the interstate and Highway 30, then we introduce another set of problems on the interstate and another set of problems on Highway 30 that they're unsure they're able to address. Consequently, what they did is they kind of did a modification of Alternative 5, which kind of keeps the layout of High Crossing Boulevard in that it really functions as an extension of East Washington Avenue. However, 151 freeway traffic that's destined for East Washington would have the opportunity or option to go bypass High Crossing Boulevard and enter East Washington here at a signalized intersection. So that's this is a preliminary graphic for Alternative 5A. They have other graphics that there are other modifications that they're reviewing. If they were to select Alternative 5A instead of Alternative 5, we'd ask that as much of the urban character of if we would prefer that they keep some type of all ages and abilities routing through this interchange. So that's kind of the 151 interchange. Staff recommendations, we generally believe all 5 accomplishes the greatest number of objectives and reduces volumes on East Washington. If Alt 5 cannot be implemented, Alt 5A with similar geometry to Alt 5 accomplishes many objectives, providing they have, there's an urban intersection connection to East Washington, and there's all ages and abilities connections to High Crossing. Alt 3 also accomplishes some objectives, and it would be better than what exists right now. I'm going to just keep going through because the next few slides are relatively minor. What they are looking for the main line is the first one is the modernization of existing travel lanes where they just provide wider shoulders both on the inside and the outside. The second is modernization with managed lanes. So this would be very similar to perhaps what you've seen on the Beltline with the Beltline Flex Lane, except that it would provide a little bit more of an inside shoulder. Okay, so those managed lanes would be open during high travel times, which probably would start off on the weekends. And then the last one is modernization plus added general purpose lane. So this has the widest footprint. We put in our memo that we generally prefer the least amount of capacity expansion as possible. In fact, SSTI gave a link to a recent article on how when you build capacity, it increases traffic volumes, and we saw that was the case with the Beltline Flex Lane. So probably our preference would be no capacity expansion. if they did do a capacity expansion, I think we would prefer modernization with managed lanes because that's has less of a footprint and doesn't provide 24/7 capacity. It just provides capacity during peak travel periods, which for this interstate ends up being surprisingly on Fridays and Sundays. It has a fair amount of weekend traffic. Okay, this is a graphic that I've shown some other alders. It talks about noise, and there's been recently a lot of comments saying we would like noise reduction. Many people feel like the sound walls, they want sound walls and it would help mitigate noise for a whole neighborhood. And generally the noise walls are not able to do that. You can see how the most effective, portions that are mitigated are within 100 feet, and by 300 feet, that's largely noise walls don't have an effect on the neighborhood. The Wisconsin DOT has, over the last 10 years, revised their noise policy. It's based on a kind of a CFR regulated by the Federal Highway Administration. Right now, the Wisconsin DOT regards a noise wall as feasible if it provides a 5 decibel reduction for at least one receptor. That used to be 9 decibels, so they've made it easier to meet that criteria. However, they have a reasonable criteria that they have to be able to build that noise wall for $50,000 per receptor. And so for the Beltline flex lane, they had over 100 receptors that were impacted, right? But the noise mitigation that they looked at, none of it was reasonable under their criteria, so they didn't construct noise walls or any additional noise walls. So we'd like to, in this letter or thing, we'd like them to take a look at what their reasonable criteria is. They'll be investing billions of dollars in the interstate, and so if they feel like it's kind of reasonable to put that kind of investment into a highway facility, we'd like them to look at the reasonable criteria for noise mitigation. When we look at pedestrian bike accommodations, this is something that we have been battling with, particularly on Milwaukee Street. For a while, we've approved a fair amount of density on the east side of the interstate at Milwaukee Street, and yet when this bridge was last resurfaced in 2012, they didn't add any pedestrian accommodations. Consequently, just this summer, within the last few weeks, we've had to put in what you might call a little bit of a makeshift sidewalk, right? Because there literally was no place for people to walk with groceries and the like to the other side of the interstate. And so this presents challenges for us, particularly in the winter, because how will we plow this? We won't be able to keep those cones up. So we really feel like these crossings create a barrier to our city. So there are various crossings that are included in our neighborhood plans. Recommended connections, probably in order of priority, include the Milwaukee Street sidewalk and bike accommodations, which is a picture I just showed you. The Capital City Glacial Drumlin Trail, which is something that we've been working on for 10 years, and it may actually be occurring. The Greater Easttown area plan has one close to the railroad there, and then the Ratman neighborhood development plan provides a connection from this area to the American Center. And I don't know if you ever bike in this area, it's interesting. You can see this development right here. It appears like you should be able to get to it, but you can't, and so this would be a very useful connection. These are other connections in our plans. Pumpkin Hollow neighborhood development plan has one north of Hanson Road. Note that this would serve future development. It doesn't really serve existing development right now. The extension of Anderson could provide a useful connection to Token Creek State Park, which are not county park. It's a county park, but it's a nice facility, and that would be nice. These are other connections that are in our plans, but perhaps a little less critical. Here are some of the Wisconsin DOT milestones. You can see we're in the blue in July. Wisconsin DOT would like to recommend a preferred alternative. I think they're a little bit behind schedule in that this will be occurring probably in the next couple of months. It's not probably occurring this month. But that's where we are. And this fall, they'd like to have a public meeting to show the preferred alternative. In 2024, they'll release a draft environmental impact statement in the spring. In the summer, probably have the final environmental impact statement and record of decision. And then the Transportation Projects Commission hearing, where they go to receive funding, will occur in late 2024. So this seems like a lot of time that we have, but in highway designing years, this is like light speed. They're going very fast with this project.
Thank you, Tom. Are there questions of Tom about this last part of his presentation? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Tom, the TPC, that final hurdle that you detailed, is that something that then the state legislature votes on eventually, if whatever their recommendation is?
Yeah. So the TPC will recommend funding certain projects, and various projects will go before the TPC, and then the legislature will vote on it, and then the DOT will create a work plan that implements the funding. So we probably would not see any of these improvements in the Madison area until 27 or 28. And it is a 72-mile corridor, and so I think it's 68, 72. So they actually might start with some of the easier segments. I'm going to say some of the most complicated segments are in the Madison area due to, the interchanges and the like.
Thanks. I guess it's anybody's guess as to what the state legislature will look like at that point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alderfield.
I wanted to share my thanks to Tom and his team for the recognition of the pretty critical need of the Milwaukee Street bridges area. So that's something we've talked about at length before, and I shared my gratitude in my blog when updating about this presentation in the meeting too. So thank you.
Are there questions or comments in regard to anything that we heard about this? Tom, could you just comment on how you prioritize the ped bike items?
Yeah, we generally, and I'm going to say relatively generally, we prioritize connections that served existing development first and where there was a critical need. And then connections that would serve planned development would be a lower priority. For example, the Rattman plan has a connection, I think, north of Hanson Road, and right now it's not built out. We don't have trails leading to it. So that's that would be a future connection that would be of use. Conversely, the one that goes right by American Family or the American Center, there's bike lanes and trails that lead right up to that, and you can kind of see that the American Center is on the other side, but you can't get there. Right? So,
okay. And the funding for those?
I believe that these connections are, would be part of the Wisconsin DOT's responsibility. I think the the US DOT has kind of, I'm going to say, changing values where they, I think they are endeavoring not to separate communities as much as they did in, previous years. An example of that is, they're doing the Reconnecting Communities pilot grant, for us to reconnect communities that have been separated by historic highway investments. And so I believe that, these types of connections would fall under that. We haven't been told otherwise by WisDOT. So.
Okay, thank you. I see that Kathleen has her hand up again. Let's give it a try. Kathleen.
Thanks. Am I unmuted and can you hear me?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Thanks. I had to switch to my phone. And then I didn't know how to raise my hand on my phone. So I'm great with technology. Thank you. Sorry about that. Tom, I just had a question. You had said that for these interchanges, it's between 10 to 15 million. And I was just wondering if that was the total cost or is that the Madison's half?
Well, that would be kind of Madison's half. These interchanges are likely to cost $20 to $30 million. Right?
Okay.
And then the DOT has notified us that we'd be responsible for half of that.
Okay.
However, there's a federal contribution to these interchanges as well that we probably, right now we're not in discussions with WisDOT on that, but we would probably ask to say, well, what is the federal share in these and how do we perhaps reduce our contribution?
Okay. And so I was curious too, why it was a 50-50 cost instead of a 80-20 split, but I guess because it's not just not as straightforward as a local project, right? It's kind of a combo.
No, I'm going to say that, I've been kind of in the freeway study business for 20 or 30 years, and it's changed. It used to be very difficult to get a new interchange. In fact, Vice President Gore had to advocate to get the High Crossing interchange in way back in the day. So I think they're more open to that. And
Okay.
I feel like the Wisconsin DOT has, the tone of the organization is they want to partner with the city of Madison. So I think there's room for us to negotiate. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there further questions? I don't see any raised hands. Tom, what are you looking for from the Plan Commission?
I think right now we are just going to note comments from both the PC and the TC, and then we will probably transmit our staff comments to the Wisconsin DOT under a cover letter from the mayor, and that kind of provides guidance on how our policy bodies are thinking. But it's, short of a resolution, it provides them guidance.
Okay. Given that, do any commissioners have any further comments that they would like to see reflected in Tom's notes? Seeing none. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ben. And we will move on then on our agenda.
Thank you.
The next item we have is agenda item 3, Legistar 78322, amending section 28.1047C of the Madison General Ordinances to add an exception to height and story minimum requirements. And I believe that we're going to hear from Katie Bannon on this. Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give a short summary here of the proposal. There's a staff memo that was included within Legistar. So the TOD overlay district that was just passed earlier this year requires that with a major investment, so either a new building or a building expansion that's over 50% of the 50% or more building floor area, for non-residential uses or buildings with over 2 residential units, that they have to meet certain standards. And one of those standards is that the building, at least 75% of the new portion, so the addition that qualifies, or a new building has to be at least 2 stories. And the idea with this was that we wanted to encourage more intense development near our, and better use of land, really, near the city's major investment in high-frequency transit. So there are 5 exceptions to that requirement. These were specific uses that staff and the Plan Commission and ultimately council decided based on these uses. They're typically 1 story. It's very rare to see a use in those categories that's 2 stories. And so due to those specific functions of those uses, it made sense not to require those to be 2 stories, since they're vast majority of the time 1 story buildings for those uses, and really specific to the functions of those buildings and uses. So what's proposed today is to add an additional exemption, and that exempt use would be counseling and community service organizations. I'm going to read what that is defined as. That's an organization that provides a variety of social and community-based services within a single tenant space. Activities include, but are not limited to, day treatment services, job training, office functions, counseling, neighborhood group meetings, physical therapy, food bank, and transportation services. So it's really a wide variety of different functions. Many nonprofits fit into this category. There are some things that are not nonprofits that fit into this category. And there are some uses that are nonprofits, but meet other more specific use categories. Like I kind of provided a few examples within the staff report, but for example, health clinics and hospitals, mission houses, homeless shelters. So there were, staff kind of had differing viewpoints, and there were several different things I think that policymakers need to grapple with here. There could be some benefits and some drawbacks to a change like this, of adding this additional use that would be exempted across the transit-oriented development overlay from this 2-story requirement. So we could see that it may be easier to cite these counseling community services uses in the TOD area. They may have some unique programmatic considerations that drive them to want to have a 1-story building. And so I know there's an email within Legistar as well from Alder Miadzi, and I think he's also in this Zoom meeting, or was, yes, hi, Alder Miadzi, talking a little bit about the river and that they would like to do a 1-story building for specific reasons. So there may be a benefit there, and that there'd be a decrease in the need for a lot of investment to do 2 stories. On the other hand, we do know that buildings often serve uses beyond the initial use. So we may see if a building is built for a counseling community service use, it could be transferred and used for another use as a 1-story building going forward. Also, this use is a little less purpose-built, unlike the 5 uses that are exempted today. Counseling community service organization can provide a wide variety of services, which is the intent of this specific use. A couple other things of note: we may see that more establishments really want to do this use to try to avoid doing 2 stories. And so, that can just lead to a lot of appeals and other things, trying to, these establishments trying to be classified as this when ordinarily they would not be this use category. We may also see that there's some missed opportunities, as I mentioned, with the TOD overlay. We're really looking for more intense development, more housing paired with other uses. So nonprofit uses like counseling community service organizations often do pair very well with housing, especially affordable housing on upper stories, so there could be missed opportunities in the future with allowing them to be 1 stories. So really, staff, we believe this is a code change that policymakers just need to weigh those benefits and drawbacks to decide what makes the most sense over the long term. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. We do have a registrant. I will open the public hearing. The registrant is Rhonda Adams, Darwin Road, Madison, in support, wishing to speak and representing the River Food Pantry. Rhonda, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm the executive director of the River Food Pantry, and I would like to illustrate the benefits that amending the TOD zoning ordinance would provide our community. River has been serving Madison residents for over 17 years, growing from a small emergency pantry to the busiest food pantry in South Central Wisconsin. And I've been with the pantry for over 10 years now, and I've seen the River become a key resource not only for Northside residents, but households from throughout Madison, Fitchburg, and Dane County in general. The River provides a network of 9 mutually supportive services that work together to address a variety of barriers to food access and healthy nutrition. Each of our programs has reached the limit of its capacity in our current building, and our proposed new home on Packers Avenue would more than double our operational space, while also being designed to maximize the efficiency of each of our current services. And as you can imagine, it often becomes pretty hectic running this many services out of a shared space, which means that a carefully designed building can substantially improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our daily operations. The proposed amendment would mean that the River will ultimately be able to maximize the use of the proposed space, thereby helping more people for years to come. Currently, we're planning significant upgrades to our kitchen with approximately 4,000 square feet of dedicated preparation and storage space that will increase the number of meals that can be made. We will also include a substantially increased space for food storage that will accommodate more dry storage pallet racks, cold storage, as well as multi-use spaces that will help support more wraparound services in collaboration with other community partners. To fit all these improvements within a building that remains cost-effective, current plans call for a mezzanine above the kitchen and higher ceilings for storage racks and large coolers in other areas. Requiring a fully operational second story, as well as accompanying components such as stairwells and an elevator, means that space for these critical operational needs would be significantly reduced. It also entails floor plan alterations that disrupt the planned workflow improvements needed to better support a variety of busy programs operating simultaneously. Ultimately, the existing zoning requirements would degrade the facility's operational capacity and potentially limit the flexibility needed to adapt pantry operations to evolving community needs in the coming years. The River served nearly 13,000 unduplicated individuals in 2022, and we are once again on track to surpass that number this year, even with the confines of our current building. The new facility, as currently planned, has the potential to drastically increase the River's service capacity, eliminating bottlenecks, and providing a strong foundation for the continued evolution of services. For the benefit of thousands of current and future Madison residents, we ask that you support this amendment, enabling the River and other service organizations to construct the facilities that will best serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Rhonda Adams was our only registrant. Do you have any questions of Rhonda? Kevin?
In fact, we do have a couple registrations that have come in since the original email. So if you'd like, I can read those into the record.
Please do. Yes.
Okay. We have Saeed Abbas registered in support and wishing to speak.
Okay. Saeed, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Saeed Abbas, and I'm a former alder of District 12 and council president. And I'm also board of director of River Food Pantry. So I'm very involved with Northside and community related organization. The agenda item in front of you guys, the reason Alder Meadze, and thanks Alder Meadze for your sponsor and bringing this in front of the commissioner. It is here because the existing 5 conditions does not allow River Food Pantry to exempt double story with 75% occupancy. Whenever we, like community driven organization, either it's homeless shelter, public libraries, or it is projects like River Food Pantry, they are design oriented project. Design solve the problems and obstacles serving people. Some use that word as a purpose built. During our design phase process, this is a warehouse structure building which provide much needed service to 13,000 people. With this particular TOD, the TOD impact basically ask us, basically it make us to make dramatic changes to the design which does not serve the community at large. We thoughtfully keep the design as a problem-solving tool to serve greater communities. In ideal condition, the River Pantry should not be there. People should not dealing with the whole food insecurity. But the matter of fact is, after COVID, the most majority of population is struggling, and the user of River Food Pantry increased. So the pantry expansion is extremely critical at the critical time. And you as a policymaker have to make some decisions around it, how this project can go forward with this particular 6 exemption, which allow us to proceed. You might also aware Dane County, gosh, I forget Joe Precy's title. He also provided us over $1 million for expansion of the River Food Pantry. So it's in a really good momentum, and we are in a critical part to decide how could we proceed with this particular design which fulfill the community needs. So I will urge you all keeping that in mind. And one last point is, I read the whole ordinance, is basically ordinance really want more efficiency. This building provide efficiency because over 13,000 people are using it through metro, through pedestrian, through biking, or through cars. So I just don't, I feel like there is some unintended consequences of the ordinance, and this need to be fixed. And I hope on the merit of this case, you will make a decision either to allow River to be exempt, like adding this community service 6, or having River in other 5 categories so we can proceed with our project. And I appreciate all of your time on the commission and serving for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Kevin, could you go ahead and read the next one in?
Yes, we have one additional registrant not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, registered in support. It's Michael Carlson, and he's representing Ramakura Architecture and Engineering.
Okay, great. Then with that, I would ask commissioners if they have any questions of any of our registrants. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I have a question for Rhonda Adams, I believe.
Okay, sure.
Hi, Rhonda. I think it's true that all commissioners think the River Food Pantry is a tremendous asset to the city and Dane County in general, as you mentioned. But tell me why the River Food Pantry needs to be in this exact location. The property is leased, if I recall correctly, but you can correct me if not. But is it possible to go somewhere outside the TOD overlay?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner, and thanks for the kind comments about the river. This actually is north of the river, so it's literally like across the street from where we are. We're on the corner, or we're almost on the corner of Darwin and Packers. So it is the parcel that is north of us, and the river has been on the north side for 17 years, and again serving all of Dane County. But the greatest number of folks that we're serving are here on the north side. Over 50% are here. We have looked for other locations, but I would tell you that this is the area that is that's available, and would have the least impact to those that we're serving.
And sorry, one more question. Have locations that you've looked at been perhaps financially feasible, but not geographically feasible? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, we would, we have looked for, we've even looked for existing warehouses that we might be able to fit for the river's purpose, and have just not been able to find what we need to be able to serve the needs of the community, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks for your answers. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Heck. Are there further questions? Commissioner Shepard.
Yeah, just a quick question for Rhonda, following up on the previous question. What are the benefits of staying, again, in that general area for your clients? What I'm getting at is for the citizens that you serve, is there a benefit in terms of staying in that geographic area?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. I guess I'm still unmuted. Correct?
Yes, you're
okay. So we are serving low-income families, and so we are located in the areas that are recognized by the city as a food access focus area. Mm-hmm. So for those that we are serving, and again, predominantly on the north side, serving the underserved here. Being here in this food desert, if you will, is really important for us to be supportive of those that we are serving in this area. For many of them, again, it's where their sole source of affordable groceries and meals, and of course, when I say affordable, meaning free.
Okay, and also it sounds like for your clientele that how can I put it? They know where this is. They don't have to, once again, uproot their routine or change their routine. Moving into the new facility, they could keep that routine, and that would be helpful to this population.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner. Thank you for that comment. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Miazga.
Thank you, Chair. It's so funny. This is weird. Actually, the commissioner actually took my question. I was actually going to give that to Saeed Abbas if he was still on the call, given that he's an alder that used to sit on, be an alder in this district, underserved community. So I'm wondering if Saeed is still on the call, or did he drop off?
He's
yes,
there.
I'm here, Alder Miazga.
And so what's your question, Alder, to Saeed?
Basically the same question, but given the political standpoint from an alder that used to be alder of the district here. There was more in his district as well. And just the importance too of being in the TOD, how this is important, even being in this vicinity.
Thank you, Alder. Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Alder. I'd say, as Rhonda mentioned, the need of the River Food Pantry on the north side, and also, honestly, for the whole city, north side of Madison have the highest amount of rehabs homes, affordable housing first, including not limited to homeless shelter. Is the future homeless shelter is also not going to be too far from the River Food Pantry, which will play a key role in the future as well. Also, this particular location for commissioners' knowledge, this location is under 75 decibel of F35. So residential area in this area might not be compatible in future. So another reason having a warehouse and River Food Pantry is, and having a commercial use can be a good use of area rather than using a residential homes there. And River spent substantial amount of time searching a location, as Rhonda mentioned, substantial amount of time, resources. We were unable to find something which can really fulfill the way we want to design our building. And this new construction project can really unlock those opportunities for us. I hope I answered your question, Alder Miadze.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions of our registrants? Commissioner Heck?
Thanks. I thought of one more question for Rhonda. There you are, Rhonda. This is something I suspect you might not know the answer to, but I assume that the river has done some long-range planning, and you're currently consumed by this effort, of course, but do you feel like, there's a possibility? I mean, I know it's impossible to predict given the, sort of variations in funding sources from governments and what our economy is like, but even if this is built just as you would like it, will you be at capacity? Is it possible you could be at capacity in 5 years, or have you done that kind of look forward?
Yeah, right. I wish I had the crystal ball to be able to, I wish when I came here 10 years ago, Commissioner, I was hoping that I'd work myself out of a job. But I was naive to really knowing what food insecurity is all about, and just being able to alleviate some hunger and food insecurity in our community has been really important. And so this building that we are proposing to construct would be approximately 25,000 square feet. So it would allow us some space to be able to grow within the coming years. Again, within the last 4 years since the pandemic, just before the pandemic, we have grown our services, not knowing that we would have to be, delivering food to people and expanding some of the programs that we currently have. But again, I'm confident that the building that we are proposing to build will be able to adequately support, our what we're looking to do for years to come.
Thanks. I know that was a tough question. I just kind of wanted to know that you were looking forward and thinking about the longer term future. Thanks.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Duncan.
This question is also for Rhonda. I was just wanting to find out, with the current zoning kind of that is in place, have you all discussed with other potential nonprofit organizations that might be able to utilize the kind of second story or third story if this did not pass?
Rhonda? Could we get Rhonda up again, please, Jesse?
There we go. Okay. Can you hear me, Alder?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. The question was, sorry. I'll
say it again. So it was just kind of with the current kind of requirements in place of the 75% of the blueprint having that 2 stories. Have you looked at other potential nonprofits that would be maybe willing to assist in the costs to be able to utilize maybe a second or a third story if you were to add?
The thing is, Alder, is that to answer your question truthfully, no, we have not, because really truthfully is for us to be able to go forward. It would greatly limit the space that we would need to be able to have our coolers and our freezers, our cold storage and our pallet racking. We'd not be able to have that, which is the reason for our expansion. So having a partner to be able to absorb some of the cost is really not the answer. It's just being able to utilize the space very fully as we would propose. And I believe, Alder, you were over here recently too to the river to see. Yes. And thank you for the visit to see how we're currently operating. So you're seeing that we're using this building to the capacity that we can. And again, it's using every single bit of space that we can. And for us to be able to expand, we do need to be able to build the purpose-fill, the building that we're hoping to be able to build. I hope that answered your question.
It did, and I have just one follow-up question. I know that it was asked with regards to possibly looking outside of the TOD overlay. I mean, with the clients that you are serving, they truly are kind of relying on the bus transportation to be able to get to the river food pantry. Is that correct?
Either that, or yes, or even just walking to the river. So it's again, the although we're serving all of Dane County, a good portion of those that we're serving are here in this food desert area, if you will. And again, there is for many of them, this is the location that they need to be able to access food.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Are there further questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, if staff could go over briefly talked about the benefits, and also in the amendment, it talks about some of the benefits and also talks a little bit about sort of the cost or the limitations. Could staff just review that quickly? I know some of that was discussed in the amendment, but
Katie, would that be you?
I think so. Kevin may pipe in with some things too, because he assisted with this as well. Yeah, so as far as benefits, I mean, I think it's just like, we're hearing that this is about a particular organization that happens to be a nonprofit that is good within our community, and that there's an additional cost to them to putting a second story in it. So I think we're hearing the benefit in this particular case, but and there may be additional organizations where a second story adds additional costs, and they don't see a need or want to have a second story, partner with anyone else to do housing or have offices above or anything else. So that could be a benefit. Sounds like there are some particular things, again, with this one particular user of why they would like to do a one-story building. So as staff, I don't think there's anything else I noted in the staff report as far as what I see as a necessarily benefit of this. I think we know this for any establishment, that in general, a one-story is going to be less expensive than a two-story. But we did make the decision with this new overlay that was just passed that the drawback of additional expenses is the benefit of we would see more intense development. We're building on our investment around transit, providing more housing, more employment, and other things with more density around those stations and transit lines. And so a drawback could be we see someone builds a one-story building, they're a council community service organization, so we sign off and say, okay, you're good to go. And then a year or two from now, it becomes something else. It becomes a fast food restaurant, or it could be anything, right? So it's just really this point in time that it's this particular use. And it's not a building like we would see like a place of worship, right? Those are very difficult to convert into other things. We typically see that they're a tall one-story often. Community center, same thing. We're going to see like a big gym, a tall one-story. And that's really how we see that use. But the council community service use could just be, any kind of office building or a warehouse space or something that could pretty easily convert to something else. A use that wouldn't be part of that exempted use list in just a few years potentially. So that could be a drawback. I think we'll see more establishments try to be this council and community service organization where use really try to fight for it because they don't want to build a two-story for whatever reason, and try to kind of put themselves into this definition. And I think the other
Can I just interrupt for one second? I don't know whether anybody else is having any difficulty understanding, Katie, but I sure am. So I would suggest, and hopefully this will help, that you slow down what you're saying, and maybe that would help. But I'm only catching about half of what you're saying.
Can you hear me any better now?
It's hard to tell with just those few words, but speak.
Okay, I disconnected from the VPN.
Okay.
which is how I go into the city network. So sometimes that will slow down Zoom a little bit.
Okay, so speak slowly and maybe that will also help, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know, was the whole thing I said difficult to understand?
I would appreciate you repeating the most important points.
Okay, so a benefit to any type of use of not having to do a two-story is there could be decreased costs. That was something that was weighed as part of the TOD overlay, and we decided that instead, policymakers decided that the two-story benefit of having more intense development near TOD outweighed the additional potential costs, that we wanted to have two-story buildings with something on the first floor and then housing, offices, whatever else, additional uses on the second stories. So that's the big, I think, benefit and drawback we see. Unlike the other uses that are listed today as exempted uses in the TOD overlay, those are very specific uses that we really only see as one stories or rarely see as two-story buildings. And that's why those uses were listed, not because they were going to cost more, and we wanted to favor those uses, but because a place of worship, for example, tends to be a large one-story building rather than a two-story building. And so that use made sense as an exemption. So what we could see with this, counseling community service organization encompasses a lot of different types of establishments. We're hearing very specifically about how it benefits the river today, but there are a lot of counseling community service buildings that look like any other warehouse, any other office building that could be converted to some other use a year or two down the line. Buildings typically last a lot longer than a particular use. So that could be a drawback, is that we may see more buildings built for this use, because for this use up front, it can be one story in the TOD, but in a few years they may become something else, which would be a drawback as far as trying to implement some of the goals of the TOD overlay in the long term.
Okay.
That's it
Thank
in
you, Katie.
essence, a summary of my staff.
Thank you.
Okay. Alder Field.
Yes, thank you. So I am wondering, there's another item on tonight's agenda that I do not want to discuss out of order, but who is requesting relief from one or two standards in the TOD overlay district in a different method through, I believe, a planned development zoning. And so to staff, I'm wondering if that would be an option for the River Food Pantry or other organizations that I am convinced would benefit from first floor operational uses, but that would not require us to carve out an exemption for a very broad category of buildings and businesses.
Kevin, I think that may be for you.
Well, I'll start, but Katie, correct me. My understanding is procedurally that could be an option. I think one key difference between this and the one earlier is the one is existing PD zoning. So the new one would be establishing new PD zoning. But I believe procedurally it would be an option. Whether it be found to meet the standards, would certainly be a question of the Planning Commission and Common Council. But Katie, is my procedural understanding correct on that?
Yes, with a plan development, because you're creating your own zoning, it allows the opportunity to get exceptions to a variety of things in the code, including the TOD overlay standards. We do have higher standards for plan developments than we did at one time, so it would have to meet very specific standards that, at first glance, I don't necessarily think that the Rivers project would meet, but that would be for Planning Commission and Council to decide. It could be a plan development instead.
Thank you.
Alder Figueroa Call.
Thank you. I don't know who can answer this, but is there any analysis that has been done or can be done to determine the impact this change will have on the goals of the overlay? Meaning, like, how many other organizations will we foreseen taking this path in the future? Because to me, the description that we use is kind of pretty broad. So, I mean, I don't know if I'm out of line perceiving that it kind of defeats the whole purpose of the overlay when you look at the description. So is there anything, any quantified data that we can use to show if this will impact the overall purpose of the overlay or not?
Well, I'll jump in, and Katie, feel free to jump in. We did not do any analysis. I think the one key piece of information that, at least to your question, Alder, would be, a comparable of how many of these are permitted on a year. A lot of these are permitted uses. Sometimes they're permitted uses, and kind of pulling a size. The river is, as we understand, that's a very specialized use, but because of the broadness of this category, I think that's a number we could likely run in terms of the number of projects that are approved under that broad land use category. We did not do that for this analysis to date. But is that something then? But sounds like something that you can actually do and provide. That would be built from. I looked at Katie to building inspection in terms of occupancy permits or where that, because a lot of that might be outside of the plan commission. A lot of that might be permitted use type information. So I'll kind of defer to Katie on that one.
I'm trying a different speaker. Can you hear me any better? Or a microphone?
Maybe slightly, yeah. So
sorry, I normally have my headphones, but I forgot them at work. So I'll try to speak louder and more slowly. This is a common use. A lot of our nonprofit type uses that do a variety of different types of social services fall into this category. So there are many of them throughout the city. I think it would be difficult to map them all very easily because there are so many throughout the city. So even within a smaller area of the TOD, but it's a common use. It's the best I can tell you without doing that analysis.
Okay. Thank you, Katie. Did you have any follow-up, Alder Figueroa Cole?
I do, but I need to think about it for a minute, so I'll pause there.
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Could you clarify, Katie, why we would be changing this for the whole category versus could we do a variance for this one specific use, or does that fall under maybe a variance with the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Yeah, so a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals is very narrow, what we can allow to get a variance, and it has to do with hardship or unique conditions of the lot that are saying that are kind of forcing, like, it's not possible to meet the code unless I get a special exception. You maybe have 12 a year, they're pretty rare. And in this case, and I believe they can do a two-story, there's just reasons they would rather not. And it sounds specific to like this use. There's not a unique condition about their lot. So I think it would be difficult, but they could apply.
Okay. And then follow-up question to that, has there been any thought, and I know that, there's certainly a reason for having some of our categories fairly broad because we don't want to have a million use categories. Any consideration for a specific use category for food pantries? I can see how they operate very differently from like a service organization, which is more like an office, which I would be more concerned about the future building use like you've talked about, versus a food pantry is really like a warehouse with needing the ability to have, a lot of like semi trucks even, and a lot of people coming in and out, and refrigeration and kitchens. It's just like a very different use I think of than an office service function.
That was something that staff considered of how could we classify it, could we call it something else and define it? And I think we determined based on the wide variety of things that the river does, it would be very difficult to do so and make it something different from what this category is. So they have a food bank use, but they have a lot of other things that are happening within it. So to just say, oh, if you do food distribution, we didn't want to create a use category that would still end up in a situation where things that they do as part of their use that would no longer be allowed. And I think when we got more specific, we were going down that path, which didn't help.
Okay. Thank you, Katie.
Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim stole my question, but I'm just going to ask one quick follow-up on that. I didn't realize there were all those other things going on at the river, but as we know, there are lots of carve-outs and all kinds of ordinances and statutes and laws. It seems it could be possible to create a category other than food bank that was, food bank with these other three uses that you've mentioned all in one building. I know that's not clean ordinance to do things like that. I know you want to do it more generally, but it seems like you could, choose 2 or 3 things to describe only the river, and potentially another one in the future, but river too, maybe. Is that just against zoning philosophy?
It's definitely not considered best practice. We do have problems with those down the line. I know there are several already in our code that are like this that have been problems. So that's where I'm always hesitant to get so specific. That as soon as the river also wants to do something else, you have to say, oh no, you can't anymore either. So I think that's why this broad nonprofit category has existed for a while, because it can encompass a lot of things. It's tricky. I don't know. Maybe there is a way that I wasn't able to come up with.
It sounds ugly, but I just thought I'd ask. Thanks.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you. So on the same line of questioning, how about percentages of like the majority of is this versus that? So it's not like still somewhat like the broad part of it is a little bit more control. Is that something that can be used? I think we do that like for TIF districts and things that we use percentages.
Like you're saying for a percentage of the operation has to be distribution of food or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. And the rest, whatever. I'm not going to deny I'm a little bit uncomfortable with this, what we're discussing here, to open this Pandora's box for everybody to use and misuse. So I'm just really, I think most of us are trying to figure out, including you, obviously, how to contain it a little bit more.
Yeah, I know we do have a few uses that are about percentage of floor area, percentage of sales occasionally. Those are really difficult things. Sales are, it doesn't really apply here, but they're very difficult for zoning staff to enforce and differentiate. Maybe a percentage of floor area, a percentage of food. That's, I don't know, Kevin, if you just have offhand thoughts, but maybe it could be that it's primarily this and incidentally some other things. And it could be a catch-all. We do have a lot of other food pantries throughout our community, so we would have to think about how to designate that it's different than the food pantries. Volume of food, or that they're distributing to other locations that distribute food people need.
I kind of losing you, Katie, with the sound, but the other question is on regards to the appeals to the zoning board of appeals. So when you say hardship, wouldn't the cost be a hardship, or is the hardship specific to just the building construction or whatever? Can you define hardship, please?
Let me look at it here. It is not about financial hardship.
Okay.
it's about the zoning code causing a hardship that you can't use your property. Let's see how it's actually worded. Compliance with the strict letter of the ordinance would unreasonably prevent use of the property for a permitted purpose or would render compliance with the ordinance unnecessarily burdensome. So sometimes it's things like an extreme slope on a property that makes it really difficult to develop it otherwise. A building that's 1 story that you're trying to build a 2nd story on, and you have to shift. You don't build at that setback, you'd have to shift the load in, and it would result in an awkward building that's difficult to construct.
Right, dance.
Yeah, and the alleged difficulty or hardship has to be created by terms of the ordinance rather than by a person who has a present interest in the property. So, and all 6 standards have to be met. Can be.
Did you have any follow-up, Alder Figueroa Cole? No. Okay. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to throw out one other idea. Would it be, as I'm looking at the TOD overlay map, it looks like this property, which I believe is the property, is right on the edge. Would it be possible to amend the overlay map to remove just this property and therefore not have to change it for all future uses? And I understand that could open up future, requests to remove edge properties. So I realize what I'm asking, but I'm wondering if that is an option.
Yeah, I would be concerned about, we would see more of that. And then also there are other design site standards that the river would have to meet, even if they are a 1-story building. And if we remove them from the TOD overlay, they wouldn't have to do all those site supportive things with them.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Katie. That's all I have.
Alder Duncan.
One of my questions is going back to kind of like the description of the counseling community service organization definition, I guess. Is there a way, looking at some of the activities that are listed on there, of maybe splitting the two and having it be counseling? Because a lot of the things that are listed in there, I feel like could fall under counseling as opposed to community service organizations. Or could this fit into one of the other 5 that do have that exemption? Because looking at some of those, like, I feel like some of those could potentially have 2 to 3 stories also. Just kind of getting thoughts there.
Potentially, I think part of this, it seemed cleanest to really just do the use because it covers everything the river does, but maybe there is some way to define it that we kind of go back to the drawing board with the river, and if the commission wants us to draft something that kind of encompasses more specifically their use, we could do so.
Alder Field.
Yeah, my question is now redundant. I was going to ask the same thing about, as Alder Duncan, about the definitions of categories with the activities the river does, because I'm pretty uncomfortable with how broad this is.
Commissioner McCahill.
Thank you. Also trying to come up with creative solutions here. I'm wondering if rather than creating a new zoning category, the TOD ordinance could be written in a way that this type of use could be exempted under certain conditions. So, we talked about like, so I'm hearing a lot of, this is being referred to as warehouse type space, which I don't see it clearly defined in zoning. So I'm wondering if the TOD ordinance could say a building is exempt if it is, warehousing or something like that, but isn't actually a defined use.
Yeah, we do have a use that's a little bit more industrial in nature. It's like warehousing, distribution, or something that this did not necessarily fit into. I know something that Plan Commission discussed was having some kind of conditional use process for making exemptions from the 1-story or 2-story requirement. And we discussed the TOD overlay, but we were having a very hard time coming up with what the criteria would be for that. And it becoming so discretionary as to be meaningless to have the 2-story requirements. But that was a considered option.
Yeah, because that wouldn't
Oh, I'm
muck
sorry,
with
go ahead.
sorry, I was just thinking, because that wouldn't muck with the definitions of place types. It would be embedded in the TOD ordinance. So
Are you finished then, Commissioner McCahill? Okay, thank you. And Saldra, sorry to have interrupted. Alder Slack.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just curious why this couldn't fall under the public safety and service. This is a critical basic need service that you absolutely need to have in the TOD. I'm not sure what else could be more critical than having this in the TOD. Can you help me understand why it wouldn't fit under that definition?
Yes, let me look that use. That is a government facility for public safety service and emergency uses, including a facility that provides police or fire protection and public related services. So it's really intended for a wide variety of buildings that are used.
And community center wouldn't count either. I mean, or just adding basic needs as a category to one of these other exempt categories.
Community center, I believe, has a definition as well. Let me find that. But that's really intended more for what we think of as a traditional community center.
So maybe your new category could just be specific to basic needs, critical basic needs. I mean, food is a basic need.
Sure, I think that might even be more difficult, honestly, because we have like grocery stores, right? Like, once we start talking about food, that encompasses a lot of things.
Well, grocery stores probably would be 1 story anyway.
Right? I mean, it could also be any fast food restaurant would be food as well. So I think that seems maybe too broad. So I feel like we're like maybe getting even broader.
And some grocery stores are 2-story.
Yeah, but most often not. Yeah.
I'm just mentioning that's possible too.
But that would be fine then, because it would be 2 stories.
Yeah, we could do some kind of exemption based on anything related to food.
Did you have any follow-ups, Alder Slack? Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to Alder Slack's comment. As I look at the list of the exempted, where some of the exemptions for this site, they all seem to be, again, nonprofit, except for greenhouse and nursery. So I guess I'm just throwing another piece of wood on the fire here. Maybe that nonprofit status, that could be something that could play a role. Because as I look at this, other than a greenhouse or nursery, place of worship, public safety, recreation, community, neighborhood center, transit station, transfer point, none of these are like, necessarily, for profit. So that could be, as this develops, maybe that could be something that could be part of the discussion, or identifying this as a exempt activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I was wondering if maybe it would be possible to ask the River Food Pantry, Rhonda, if it would be problematic to continue this discussion at the next meeting to allow time for staff to consider adding a more specific definition either in the exempted uses or a refinement of the counseling community service organization at our next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Is there any objection to me reopening the public hearing? Okay, I will reopen the public hearing, and could Rhonda respond to that question, please?
I'm just sitting here smiling, hearing all these comments from the commissioners and alders, and just really, really appreciate this. I think it was, is it Commissioner McCahill that talked about creative solutions, and I so appreciate this. So, although I was hoping for some type of a response tonight, I'm happy to wait a little bit longer, because again, I believe we're all in the same sheet that. Really trying to provide this community resource that the river is, and trying to do the right thing for our organization is where you're all coming from. It's just, again, trying to find that creative solution. So yes, we could wait.
Thank you, Rhonda. Are there further questions, Rhonda, while we have the public hearing reopened? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Alder Miazda.
Yeah, well, since you had the public hearing, open, I wanted to see if you can ask that question. I believe I had a meeting with Heather in planning, and she specifically stated that we couldn't have a go around applying for the PD, that this had to be specifically exempt of, this is the only way to exempt the river food. So I was just wondering if either Saeed Abbas, I think he was in that meeting, if he could touch on that, if he's still here.
Can Kevin answer that rather than reopening the public hearing?
Well, I was going to say I was not at the meeting that Alder Mayadzi had mentioned, so I couldn't speak firsthand to what it would be. I think the public hearing may still be open if Saeed Abbas is still available.
I did close the public.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah. So, if without objection, I will do what I've never done before: reopen the public hearing a third time. So, without objection, okay, I'll reopen the public hearing. Saeed.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks, Alder Mayadzi, for your question. We did have that discussion, and Heather was in that call. And if I recall, we mentioned that if we could exempt that parcel, what Commissioner Solheim said, we mentioned that option too. We also mentioned option, how about this particular parcel just for the river, or any existing use like 4-5 use where there's a neighborhood use, if that could be a possibility. All of those was strong objection from the staff, and they thought creating a community service exemption with Alder Mayadzi better path forward. That's the message we received from the staff when we had those discussions. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Saeed.
Yep.
Did that address your question, Alder Mayadzi?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions of the registrants while the public hearing is open? No. Okay, then I will close the public hearing. Any further questions of staff? Commissioner Solheim.
I was actually going to take a shot at making a motion to refer this to the July 24th Plan Commission meeting to allow staff to consider an adjustment to the definition of exempted uses or the counseling definition to more narrowly define what the River Food Pantry is doing.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. I'm taking Alder Figueroa Cole. You're seconding that? Yes. Okay. Yes, Kevin.
And just before the deliberation, we will, if that's the motion that passes, we may have to further notice this item. It was very specific in terms of the one section of code that we were changing. So I think you could refer to that date, but just as a note that there might be a need to renotice it to if we're talking about end up including other portions of the code that were not part of that the original notice.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim? No. Any comments before we come to a vote? Further discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to agenda item 6, Legistar 77250, substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of various properties located at 1753, 1754, 1798, and 1799 Thier Road, 1745 Parkside Drive, 4201 East Washington Avenue, 4102 to 4202, and 4302 to 4602 Easttown Boulevard, 2627, 2651 East Springs Drive, and 4802 to 4814 Anamark Drive, 17th Alder District, from Commercial Corridor Transitional District to Regional Mixed Use District, and creating sections of Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of all or portions of property generally addressed as 43, 40, 53, 89, and 135 East Town Mall, and 4301, 4323, 4505, and 4601 East Town Boulevard, 17th Alder District, from Commercial Center District to Regional Mixed Use. And we will first hear from Tim Parks.
Good evening, Plan Commission and Chair. Just a brief overview of 77250, which is the proactive zoning of a number of properties located along the southeasterly side of East Washington Avenue, generally between Thier Road and Anamark Drive, and that includes most of the property that is the East Town Mall parcels. And the mall itself. Some background, this proactive rezoning comes to you as the outgrowth of the adoption of the Greater Easttown Area Plan by the Common Council in February 2022, which the Plan Commission saw in the month of February of 2022 as well, which is a plan to guide land use, urban design, transportation, and open space for the redevelopment of the area roughly bounded by East Washington, the interstate, the Wisconsin Southern Railroad Corridor, and Mendota Street, which included within it a plan entitled Proactive Zoning and Official Mapping. Since the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan was adopted by the Common Council following an extensive review and community discussion by the Plan Commission roughly 3 years ago, staff has been given the direction by the Common Council to bring forward specific recommendations that can be implemented following the adoption of a special area plan like the Greater Easttown Area Plan. And one of the, well, I should say the final resolved clause in the resolution that adopted the Greater Easttown Area Plan was to go forth and implement the plan. So what is before you tonight, 77250, is a big chunk of the land that was recommended to be rezoned to the regional mixed use zoning classification as a result of recommendations in the area plan. And so we are bringing forward 61.6 acres of land currently zoned CCT, which we are recommending be zoned RMX consistent with the area plan, and approximately 81 acres of land that are currently zoned commercial center CC zoning that would likewise be zoned RMX. Like with any zoning map amendment, notice to the property owners and occupants of the parcels to be rezoned, as well as the owners and occupants of properties within 200 feet of those two areas, roughly 145 acres, received notice, which was mailed on June 27th of this public hearing before the Plan Commission, as well as the Common Council hearing scheduled for July 25th, where substitute ordinance 77250 would be presented. Long story short, the RMX zoning, we feel, implements the specific recommendations in the Greater Easttown Area Plan. Staff will note that there is a section in the memo that was attached to this 77250, speaking to what happens with any nonconformities that could be created by the zoning map amendment that's before you. There is a potential for both use and bulk nonconformities to be created. On the use front, the nonconformities would come from any specific auto-oriented uses which are currently allowed either as permitted or conditional uses in the existing CCT or CC zoning, but that would not be allowed under the RMX zoning that's proposed. Whereas we don't frequently bring these proactive zonings to the Plan Commission with the potential for use nonconformities, bulk nonconformities, because there are so many different bulk requirements in the zoning code. There's a greater likelihood to create bulk nonconformities. Use nonconformities, not as often. However, the zoning that we are proposing here is very similar to the zoning that the Plan Commission approved earlier this year for the Odana area plan, including for Westtown, where there, again, we implemented a considerable amount of regional mixed-use zoning, changing the zoning of a number of properties, including some planned development districts to RMX. So again, a fair likelihood that we created some use nonconformities there. There will be some use nonconformities here, although we can't specifically say lot by lot, use by use, what those will be. But, I do want to disclose, and as the memo suggested, there is that potential out there for certain. So I'll leave my comments there. I'm happy to answer questions that the Plan Commission might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. There is one registrant, Dennis Zier, Leo Circle, Madison opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. So opening the public hearing. Are there any questions of Dennis Zier? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Just a quick question for Tim. Tim, you were talking about non-conforming uses and non-conforming structures, I guess. I understand how structure changes to structures have limitations in order to keep a non-conforming structure. Uses, is it just as simple as you just can't move to a new use category in order to maintain your non-conforming status? A zoning code use category?
Yeah, I think we let Katie Bannon get away too soon. That would probably be a better question for her. In terms of how zoning staff, who has the final say-so on non-conforming uses and non-conformities created either by changes to the zoning map or the zoning code itself. But generally speaking, if you are a use that is no longer allowed, then you're going to stay in that same general category or subcategory. and the amount of expansion that you can do is going to be limited. The synopsis that's in the staff memo is not intended to be conclusive or everything that there is to know. That subchapter on nonconformities is actually pretty extensive. But I guess my answer might not be a complete answer. But I do hope it's not a non-answer too, that that's really a better question for the zoning administrator, exactly what latitude you have, depending on how they characterize your current use and how they would characterize any changes to that use you would want to make once the RMX zoning was approved, were it to be approved.
So it's up to zoning staff to decide what your new use is, if there is indeed one, I guess.
Ultimately, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Mendez.
Thank you, Chair. So if I recall with the Odana and the West Town, it wasn't as auto-centric as potentially the east side is. Does this proactive rezoning, or I'm sorry, does this, do we feel like this is going to negatively impact those current organizations in the Easttown area?
I think that there's probably a similar number of uses that might be non-conforming here compared to the areas that were zoned earlier this year for the Odana area plan implementation. Again, I don't have a parcel by parcel synopsis, but I think the thrust of it is, in both cases, with both plans and the implementation of those plans, we are going from areas that are predominantly low density, auto-oriented development patterns established between 40 and 60 years ago, to areas that our adopted plans are encouraging become less auto-oriented, more densely, more compactly developed, especially since both areas are along the BRT. Both areas are within the TOD zoning overlay. And so, given the history, given the historic land use pattern that exists in both areas, and the intensity and the type of development that the RMX zoning calls for, and really promotes in some cases more so than the existing zoning, there are going to be, or are now in the case of Odana, some use nonconformities as a result of the approval of the RMX zoning.
Thank you.
Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Tim. I just had a couple questions. Can you clarify or can you explain what the zoning is now and what is going to, what the regional mixed use? Can you explain that? What are we adding to this area?
The answer in one word is more. So CCT zoning, and of course a one-word answer won't suffice. CCT zoning is a pretty flexible zoning district that was created with the new zoning code that's been in effect for now about 10 and a half years. That was kind of a suburban successor, in my estimation, to the former C2 general commercial, which was the sort of non-residential Swiss Army knife of the 1966 zoning code. You could do a lot of things in C2, and we had a lot of C2 all over the city, everywhere from the outer loop downtown to traditional neighborhood streets like Williamson Street, Regent Street, and then it was proliferate, further out as you went out corridors like University Avenue, west of University Hospital, things like that. So CCT was kind of thought to be a successor to that. And CCT has been a district that we have used pretty extensively in the last 10 years for a lot of infill redevelopment. An example that jumps quickly to mind is Acewood and Cottage Grove Road, where we have the Ace, where there was formerly the Century grocery store. That building was developed in CCT zoning. The one drawback to CCT is that there is no minimum height, and there are very permissive building placement requirements in CCT compared to the proposed RMX. RMX, you have to be a minimum of 2 stories. There are minimum and maximum setbacks that have to be met, which are really intended to put the development as close to the street, as close to pedestrian corridors as possible. Really de-emphasizes on-site parking by putting it within the building, either below or beside, what have you, and really discourages parking between buildings and streets, primary abutting streets. Say if you have a parcel on East Washington Avenue in CCT zoning, you can have parking between the building and the street. Maybe not as much as you could have under the old zoning code, but you can still have some. RMX zoning, really no parking between the building and the street. CC zoning is, a zoning classification that was the zoning that we had at East Town before the new zoning code, the current zoning code. I guess it's not so new after 10 years. But in terms of, the intensity, the auto orientation in CC zoning, it's actually still a fairly auto-centric zoning classification, very much like the districts that preceded it. And actually CC is a zoning classification where I wouldn't say residential development is discouraged, but it is not as well encouraged as it is in many of our other current zoning classifications, our mixed use and commercial districts in particular, whereas RMX zoning really makes the development of mixed use buildings and higher density residential only buildings much easier to establish compared to the existing CC zoning. And I'll stop there in case there's anything that I missed that you want to remind me of, or any follow-up questions that you might have.
That answer your question, Alder Conklin?
That definitely did. It gave me a clear understanding of what the difference is. So this is just a little follow-up, and I apologize because I think Commissioner Heck was saying something along these lines, and I had to step out for 1 second. But I just want to know, it sounds like we're trying to get away from all this commercial or all these auto places, auto car dealerships and things, but do they have to go through another process? I just missed this little part. Do they have to go through another process to stay there, or are they grandfathered in, or are they basically going to have to leave? That's the part I missed. I'm sorry.
Nobody is being chased out. A zoning change like this is going to put some restrictions on the property in terms of what you can do in terms of changing uses. And it's possible that the RMX zoning might make changing from your current use to another use easier. In other cases, it might make it harder. And I suppose in some cases, it'll have no difference. And likewise with the bulk requirements. And there are restrictions that are in our zoning code that have passed down to us from state law and from state case law, from the state court system, that speak to, how restrictive we can be with non-conforming buildings, non-conforming uses, in terms of what permits can be issued, what sort of improvements can be made, in some cases, whether additions can be made. So it definitely shrinks things or makes maybe the walls, metaphorically speaking, close in a little bit more than the current zoning. A couple of quick thoughts on that. And again, I would defer to the zoning code on the specifics of what you can and cannot do with nonconformities. But, you know, a lot of what we're talking, not a distinct amount, which could be as much as 50% of the buildings and uses that are in these two areas that are going to be rezoned have been out there since before the current zoning code took effect, that were established under the 1966 zoning code in some form or fashion, and that may already be non-conforming. Certainly, we're understandably, you know, justified to think about what CC or CCT did, or changing those zoning classifications to RMX, what that could do to properties. But I think we have to acknowledge that uses that were established under C3 or C3L zoning, you know, that, you know, when the new zoning code came into effect 10 plus years ago, that some of those uses had some degree of nonconformity created as part of adopting the zoning code that we're currently operating under, compared to the one that some of those buildings, some of those uses were established under prior to January 2nd, 2013.
Thank you, Tim. Did that answer your question, Alder Conklin?
It did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, do we have a motion? Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to bring up my notes. This one was a long one. All right. I will move that the Plan Commission forwards the section of the zoning code to amend the ordinance to rezone properties listed in Legistar item 77250 to RMX.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Solheim?
No, other than to say, as Tim mentioned, this is part of our policy to implement the plans that we adopt. So thank you, staff, for preparing this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments, discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I'll assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 7, Legistar 77013, located at 610 Junction Road, District 9, consideration of an alteration to an approved plan development district specific implementation plan and approval of a conditional use for a restaurant nightclub to allow a restaurant nightclub tenant in a mixed use building. And we will hear about this from Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. On June 12th, the Plan Commission referred this item in order for the applicant to meet with the alder and prepare some additional management plan information, and that material has been provided. Since that meeting, the staff has provided an additional sound and security plan and has met, I believe, with the alder and the West District Police Captain. As noted in the staff report addendum for this meeting, we recommend approval, and we note that the two materials, the two changes to the recommended conditions of approval are just removing the requirement that a management plan be prepared, and then just acknowledging that it's been prepared, and then just note that the business should be operated in accordance to those adopted plans, but no other changes to the original recommendations other than that condition. I believe it's condition 4 in that staff report would be changes. So that's all I have at this one. Staff's available to answer questions after the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I will open the public hearing, and we have one registrant, Emin Bashunashivli. Junction Road, Madison support wishing to speak, saying that no representation. If Emin could clarify whether that's accurate or whether there's representation of the applicant. Emin, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Emin Burjanashvili. Hi, everyone. And then can my wife speak for me, please? My English not very good so far. So thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Are you registered to speak?
Emin is registered to speak, so I am also the owner.
And could you please spell your name and are you at the same address?
I'm at the same address. I'm also the owner and wife, Emin Burjanashvili. My name is Irene Galfa.
Okay, could you spell that, please, so we can get that for the record?
Absolutely. It's IRENE, and last name is GELFAND.
Okay, go ahead and speak, please. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So I represent the Caspian Grill restaurant, which is family dining restaurant. And since we have more than 200 seats, our goal to make Caspian Grill restaurant the main place in the west side of Madison for family celebration of the birthday, baby showers, graduation. We are ready for this, and our staff is ready too. Our server, how I mentioned before, wear the special uniform to be recognized. If we have any event, we have our security staying by front door. We check the ID, the back door is closed, and we also the two owners and couple of our staff also have the bartender license. So this is what we want to say about Caspian Grill. We'll also have commitments to follow policy and procedure and be respect to our neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from either of our registrants? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. Irene, I have a question about your security plan that we got a copy of, a letter that detailed some of your security plans. I didn't see any mention of security plans for outside of your restaurant nightclub, for instance, sidewalks, parking lots, and the surrounding area, since you're going to plan to be open late at night, and you also have some neighboring businesses. I just wondered if you would agree perhaps to, have your security people patrol the outside area occasionally.
We didn't have any people sitting outside, but soon as we have a people sit outside, we're going to have a security, like a patrol, to go around and also being around outside.
That's a good point. I mean, your outdoor area will not be able to be open as late as your nightclub. So I'm hoping you'll extend the hours of that kind of patrolling or occasionally visiting the outside area, even if there aren't customers out there that are seated.
We're planning after 10 o'clock not to serve customer outside. So after 10 o'clock, customer will be just sitting and eating outside. I mean, just inside, not the outside.
Right. That makes sense. Okay. It may be that Alder Conklin has an idea about that because she has raised her hands, but she might be asking another question. But I'm satisfied for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Heck. Alder Conklin.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was able to meet with Emin and Irene from Caspian Grill. they have made things clear on what they plan to do, how they plan to keep everybody inside. For right now, they do not have outdoor seatings. They're in the application process to get outdoor seating. So at this moment, that's not even up and running. So I don't think we have to worry about people being outside is my thing. And then one last thing I wanted to ask or add in, and this is more directed towards Kevin. Now, when they first came.
Excuse me, Alder.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Let's keep it to the registrants, and when I close the public
ma'am.
hearing, then we'll go to staff. So
Thank you.
okay.
Mhm.
Did you have any other questions of our registrants?
I did not. No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Spencer. Oh no, we can't hear you again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So for Irene and Amin, or Emin, sorry, in our package this week, we did receive a letter from one of your neighbors that said that the relationship had been a little bit contentious. I was just wondering if that had been resolved or if the relationship had been improved since the last time we had met to discuss this. I just wanted to touch base on that. Thank you.
Emin or Irene, could you respond to that, please?
Yes, so we have some, I mean, not good at this moment relationship with Yoga who upstairs, but it's nothing between us and Yoga. This is between us and landlord and Yoga and landlord. So the landlord supposed to solve this problem, which is they working with landlord and we are working with landlord. It's not basically between two businesses. It's between landlord and two businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions of either of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff?
Thank you.
Alder Conklin.
Thank you. Thank you. Now this is my time, Kevin. I know when we first was putting this through, there was recommendations that it was going to be Sunday through Thursday till 10 p.m. and then Friday and Saturday until 11 or 12. Is that still that was still the same, right? So those would be the recommendations that we would approve it with if this gets passed.
Correct. The original recommendations from the June 12th memo are still in place. The only one we would recommend changing was condition 4, and that was the one that's to prepare a management plan. And based on the language in the addendum, it's now follow the management plan as approved. But just for the good of the record, I'll just note, I think it's condition 2. Alder is the one that you were referencing. It says live music or DJ performances shall not occur after 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 12 a.m. Friday to Saturday. And then it says if requested alterations to these hours may be considered as an administrative alteration 1 year after the plan commission approval if both the planning division director and alderperson both agree that the request meets the standards for minor alterations.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. I agree with all that. Again, they followed the process. Things got a little mixed up in the beginning, but we were able to figure it out and get back on track. So, again, I'm trying to help mend that relationship between the two of them, but it is really the landlord that has kind of put a rift in this. So, yeah, I hope the commission will do what's best for everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Conklin. Any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would like to hear a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
So I believe we have two. Do I need to separate these into two motions for the zoning text and the conditional use?
We already. Oh, yes, you would have to.
Okay.
No, there's just the one. There's
just the one. Okay, so I can bunch
sure.
it all. If I have it kind of okay. So I will move that the Plan Commission find the proposed alteration to amend the zoning text as it has met the plan development standards, and also for the conditional use that the Plan Commission find that the standards for conditional use are met and approve subject to the conditions in the amended staff report dated June 12th, with the exception that the conditions related to the management plans be removed and replaced with the condition that the applicant shall operate their conditional use in conformance to the submitted management plans. I hope that covers what you needed.
Thank you. Kevin, did you want to add something or comment?
I'll wait till the motion is complete.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Mendez. Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, to Commissioner Solheim's original point, I believe there's an error on the agenda that I'm just catching right now. This was an approval that had two parts. The first part was changing the zoning text, which this is listing for, adding this as an allowable use. The second piece was actually the approving of the conditional use. And I believe so as to not have to, I believe the best course of action would be to refer it for 2 weeks, to put it on to the next agenda, to take care of both of those simultaneously. And my apologies, this was an oversight when staff put the agenda together.
Okay.
And so I will remove my motion.
I think, I don't know procedurally what the approach is. I think what we're hearing from Kevin is to Tim.
Yeah, two things. This is this is on the floor of the Plan Commission, so I have to respectfully question the approach. I think we're changing the zoning text to allow this to be a conditional use that can be approved, and whether it's right or wrong, we have used this approach for other similar requests. It was noticed this way on June 12th when it was before the body, before it was referred, and it would not be back on July 24th. The soonest it could come back would be August 7th. If we have to create two questions, we have to notice two questions, and the noticing for July 24th is already out the door.
And so you see no reason not to go ahead and just act on it, on the motion.
I think the Plan Commission could.
That would be my sense also. So let's go ahead and act. And if, yes, Kevin.
Chair, I'm wondering if we could recess this one, because there's some considerations here that I think are not clear. I don't think we have a noticed issue because this was referred directly to this date. I guess if we could just table this for 5 minutes, I just want to unpack this, and I want to not make this, I want to make this as clear as possible. And I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. And as I recall, tabling is objection. So with no objection, we will table this for 5 minutes. Any objection? Okay. Then let's move on to agenda item 8, Legistar 77935, located at 5106 Spring Court, District 19, consideration of a conditional use to construct an accessory building on a lakefront property. Kevin, are you able to go ahead and give an overview of that, or are you tied up with your other?
Well, let's move to this item here, and I will do a quick overview on this one.
Okay.
Before you on this one is a request for a conditional use for an alteration on a lakefront lot. While the request is to remove an accessory dwelling, a detached garage for the purpose of building a new accessory building with a ground level garage and upper level floor. And while an ADU is a permitted use in the underlying zoning district, because this is a lakefront lot, it still requires conditional use approval. Staff's analysis on this report is included in the staff report. Staff does believe that the standards for conditional uses can be met, and is happy to answer questions after the public hearing.
Okay, I will open the public hearing, and we do have registrants, Jim Tweesome, Spring Court, Madison in support, wishing to speak. Jim, you have 3 minutes.
Sorry, I just unmuted.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. I'm Jim Twesme. My wife, Kathy Sullivan, and I have applied for a conditional use permit to build, as Kevin was saying, a new 2-car garage with a second story living quarters, or an ADU. The driving force in our plan is to expand the living area for our growing family. We have 5 adult children, 3 grandchildren, another one on the way, and all but one of our children live outside of Madison, so we don't have sufficient space in our current residence to accommodate all our visiting family members. While ADUs can be rented, we have no current plan to do so. Our original design was modified as a result of an engineering survey done at the request of city engineering. The current design is closer to the street, and the depth is 3 feet shorter to accommodate the sanitary sewer easement and street setback requirements. Kevin, could you pop up photo number 9 if you are able to multitask? And you'll see that our home was the second from the left. So we believe our plan is in keeping with the precedent of nearby 2-story homes. We have support for our project from 6 property owners in our neighborhood. However, other homeowners have objected to our plan, primarily over concerns about the impact on street parking. And yes, you can see that our home is the second from the left, the second 1-story home. Regarding parking, there is limited parking on the street. We use our 2-stall garage and our driveway to park our vehicles, and this still will be the case after our project is completed. Again, we have no plans to rent our ADU. On the other hand, 2 of the homeowners who have raised concerns about parking do not use their garages to store vehicles and routinely park cars and a trailered boat on the street. The homeowners at 5105 are currently out of the country, for example, and have a vehicle parked on the street. The homeowners at 5109 have room to park 2 vehicles in their driveway, but park 1 car on the street most days and nights. And these homeowners have every right to use the limited street parking. However, their objections to our project and the statement that our new structure will, quote, make the street in Merrill Springs Park less accessible, especially for disabled people, does not represent an accurate picture of the situation. You can also see the letter of support from homeowners at 5119. Regarding lake views, the homeowners at 5001 has a very limited view of the lake over rooftops, despite the undated real estate brochure that was posted. The homeowners at 5105 have a seasonal rooftop deck. These homeowners did not object to the construction of the 2-story home directly across the street from them at 5110, nor the construction of a 2-story home at 5114, even though the homeowner stated that both of these structures diminished their view of the lake.
Thank you, Jim. That concludes your available time.
Okay.
Our next registrant is Alice Erickson, Spring Court, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Alice, you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. When this meeting was first set for the 26th, my husband and I were planning to attend along with Janine Siebert and Liz and Kyle Metzoff, the residents who will most be affected by this change. We found out It wasn't in person, and now later the date was changed. The Metzhoffs are in South Africa. My husband's away with family, and Janine does not have internet. My point is, this does not mean there's not concern. There's still a great deal of concern, and I hope that in light of their absence, their letters will be thoughtfully considered. I don't want to go into it because you have the letters. I hope that they are read. I have an additional concern regarding the recent letters that have been added from the supporters. They've come from 5120 Spring Court Lakeside, indicating they've been on this street for 25 years. This is a 1922 900 square foot bungalow, the last roof 1922. Nobody permanently lives there. Another disagreement was 5104 Lakeside, saying this will be an asset to this when their permanent home is in Verona. 5116 and 5122, also Lakeside, are fairly recent to the neighborhood. I hope the commission really understands the toll that ignoring number 3 will take on the long-term residents, Sievert and Metzloff, situated directly across the street, rather than non-permanent folks and others further down the street that really have nothing to gain or lose by this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kathy Sullivan, Spring Court, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Kathy, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, is it now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm Kathy Sullivan. As you mentioned, I reside at 5110 Spring Court along with my husband, Jim. Jim has already addressed many of the comments on parking at views, but there are a few additional points I'd like to make. I hope the commission members have had time to read the letters of support, and I'd like to reiterate the points in John and Dawn Mosh's letter regarding parking, and they are full-time residents, and that's photo 12. The 3 cars you see parked on the street, not the truck, are owned by 5105 and 5109. This is a regular occurrence. There is a simple solution to most of the parking complaints, and that's for the homeowners who have registered letters of opposition to park in their garages and driveways, as we consistently do, instead of taking spaces away from family and friends and others using the street. And moving the mailboxes to all one side is a really good idea, by the way. The other concern of neighbors is the view, and I would reiterate that the view at 5101, please see photo 2 and 3, will not be altered significantly, as their view is mainly through the park and over 5104 directly in front. The view from the rooftop deck at 5105 was altered the most by the building of 5110, see photo 5, in 2007, which there was no opposition to. We don't believe this seasonal and occasional use should supersede our 24/7 needs. It should be noted that the owners of 5105 are again out of town for the summer and renting their house. The claim of loss of view at 5109 is hard to understand, as they are directly behind 5114, 2 doors down from us, and as you can see from photo 6, they planted 4 to 5 arborvitaes in front of their windows that are at least 20 feet tall. And as far as the comment about longtime residents, we've been here since 2009, Mark and Nancy, about 20 years. So we're not all newbies here. So just in summary, we live in our home year round and have spent well over $100,000 in improvements since 2009, including landscaping, planting trees, creating gardens and green spaces, and repairing the shoreline, and have made considerable improvements inside the house as well. We poured our heart and soul into creating a home that we can age in place in, but we have reached an impasse due to severe space constraints. The proposed project would afford us much needed space on a daily basis, as well as for our growing family. We would prefer to pursue our proposed design rather than add a second level to our home that doesn't require a cup if under 500 square feet, as the plan better suits our needs, and we believe it would be less impactful to our neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ron Trachtenberg, Century Avenue, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing the applicants, James and Catherine, who we've heard from. Ron, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I have known both applicants for quite some time. It turned out our kids actually lived together in an apartment when they were in college. The main issue to me is not the parking, as both Jim and Catherine talked about. There are alternatives. Use your driveway, use your garage. is the one of view. And as Catherine noted, by putting a second story on the existing house, less of the view would be visible. Also, we need to note that down at the end of the cul-de-sac, there's a public park that not only has a view of the lake, it actually has use of the lake. We believe that the conditions have been met, and we would ask you to grant the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two other registrants, one not wishing to speak but available to answer questions, Lisa Andrews, Spring Court, Madison. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Slack.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Chair. I just want to understand a little bit better what the ordinances or zoning policies are for this type of situation, because it's increasingly common along the very limited land that Madison actually has along Lake Mendota for larger homes to be built. And it just seems, based on the history of some approvals, that sometimes this is approved and sometimes it isn't. And I'm confused about this. I get a lot of questions about this. So I'm wondering if I could get some clarity, because I know on that very street, some things have been not approved in the past in terms of building a second story. I'm agnostic on this issue. I feel for both parties. But I do think there needs to be fairness and consistency in the way we apply the codes. So I want to understand better how that happens or not.
I'll start. And as far as the standards, it is a conditional use, so it is subject to the conditional use standards of the zoning code, which is 28.183 of MGO. Those are the conditional use standards that really would apply to any conditional use. There's a handful of standards in there that are specified to uses that aren't this. But in general, the Plan Commission would be reviewing this against the same conditional use standards that it would need to. I would note you referenced some older approvals. The zoning code that we have right now dates back to 2013. And since that time, there's also what I believe is a relatively significant change from the state legislature that required that conditional use actions are based on substantial evidence. That's highlighted in the staff report. It's I guess some common language that we generally start all of our conditional use analysis with. But as far as that, as far as looking at the staff report, it says it's state law requires that conditional use findings must be based on substantial evidence that directly pertains to each standard. It's not based on personal preference or speculation. So that's a bar that the state has set as far as the standards. But I'll just talk to your question. I can certainly elaborate further, but it's the conditional use standards that would apply to all conditional uses, which is really what this body will be looking at.
And so does how does view being altered factor into this, or doesn't it anymore?
Well, the question on view, and this is I don't have an opinion on this particular one from the attorney's office, but my general understanding about views is that there isn't an inherent right to a view unless there is some sort of protective easement or other mechanism to say that there's some sort of view protection that's otherwise approved. So in terms of my understanding with that is that there isn't a guaranteed right to any particular view unless it's documented as part of some sort of easement or view shed restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing Alder Figueroa Cole.
If there are no questions, I like to put a motion.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so I will move that the Plan Commission find the conditional use standards are met and approved the request to construct an accessory building on lakefront parcel at 5106 Spring Court.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Alder Figueroa Cole, do you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Then looping back, Kevin, were you able to determine a way forward on agenda item 7?
Chair, I will need a little bit more time. I was somewhat involved in the last one, so as Tim covers the next one, I will take a look at a few things.
Okay, sounds good. So the next items on our agenda are agenda item 13 and 14. They're related and will be considered as one public hearing. And then following the public hearing, the Plan Commission will make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. So agenda item 13, Legistar 78331, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 702 to 750 University Road, 19th Alder District, amending PD GDP plan development, and creating sections to approve a specific implementation plan. And also agenda item 14, Legistar 77937, approving a certified survey map of property owned by the University of Wisconsin Hospitals and Clinics Authority and GI Clinic located at 702 through 750 University Row and 5119 Silver Tree Run, 19th Alder District. Tim, could we get an overview, please?
Yes, very briefly, Chair, members of the Commission. The items 13 and 14 are based on a request to expand the existing roughly 67,000 square foot 3-story UW Health Digestive Health Center at 750 University Row, redividing approximately 8.5 acres so that an approximately 180,000 square foot 4-story addition can be built to the existing medical facility. With that, there will be a 4-level, roughly 830 stall parking garage constructed. The questions before the Plan Commission are the redivision of 3 properties that comprise the 8.5 acres that are subject to the requests before you. They were platted as lots 1, 2, and 3 of the University Crossing plat in 2012. The applicant is requesting to redivide those so that the clinic can be expanded as shown in the attached plans. Right now, the clinic sits on lot 1 of University Crossing. There are temporary parking lots on lots 2 and 3. And the reconfiguration creates a much larger parcel on which the addition and existing clinic would sit. Lot 2 of that is proposed for future construction of approximately 110 multifamily units in a building that would be built in a future phase. The applicant is seeking both general development plan approval and specific implementation plan approval for the clinic expansion and proposed parking facility. The project is required to meet the standards for plan development rezonings. The main issue before the Plan Commission has to do with transit-oriented development. Currently, lot 1 of the existing plat, which is not to be confused with lot 1 of the proposed certified survey map, certainly not intentionally. The clinic sits on a lot that is just outside the TOD overlay. Lot 2 and lot 3 are within the TOD overlay by virtue of the reconfiguration of the 3 lots into the 2 lots proposed by Certified Survey Map. That clinic and the addition are now within the TOD overlay. The zoning administrator has determined that if any part of a lot is within the overlay, the entirety of the lot is in the overlay. So the TOD overlay affects the project in 2 very specific ways. The zoning code requires that at least 30% of a primary street-facing building facade be set back no more than 20 feet from the primary street, and that buildings occupy at least 30% of the primary street frontage. As noted in the architectural plans, the proposed expansion of the clinic will not less than 30% of that building facade facing or paralleling University Row will be located outside that 20-foot setback. So that will require relief. Also, the applicants are proposing a patient or visitor drop-off pickup zone located between the easterly facade of the building and University Row, which is contrary to a requirement that a number of automobile infrastructure related elements of a site and building design not be located between the primary street facing facade and a public or private street that serves as the primary street, in this case, University Row. So they are seeking relief from that as well. The zoning administrator has determined that the requirements in the TOD overlay can be varied or waived through the plan development process, similar to how requirements in both subchapter I, general regulations, and supplemental regulations in subchapter 28J can be waived or varied through the plan development zoning process. Recalling for the Plan Commission that the PD district is a very flexible or very malleable zoning classification that, based on the particular needs of a superior design or a unique site, that relief from conventional zoning and the general regulations and the supplemental regulations may be warranted through the approval of the Plan Development District. In this case, staff feels that the Plan Commission can waive or vary those 2 requirements that I mentioned. In the case of the building placement rule, staff feels that the intent of the TOD overlay district is being met, if not the strict letter of the law, based on the fact that the building is very much oriented to University Row. It will have a public entrance off of University Row with active doors or usable doors right from the public sidewalk. So even though the building will be set back further than the 20 feet required for at least 30% of the building, there is no doubt that there will be a building that is oriented to University Row once the addition is constructed. Regarding the drop-off area, there are particular needs in staff's opinion for the proposed medical facility. A number of primary, urgent, and specialty care clinics will be within the addition. There is a specialty clinic already in the existing building that's being expanded, which in staff's opinion create unique access needs for some of the patients and visitors to the clinic that we feel merit consideration, in this case, to allow that patient or visitor drop off and pickup zone right at University Row on the easterly facade. Staff will note that in addition to that area at street level on University Row, there is valet parking and short-term parking for patients and visitors within the parking structure that's being proposed. So we do feel that an earnest effort is being made by the applicants to accommodate patients and visitors and the unique needs of some of those patients and visitors both within the building and on the street adjacent. So with that, we are recommending approval of the request that's before you, both the 2-lot certified survey map to reconfigure the properties, the GDP alterations for proposed lot 1 related to the clinic, as well as the GDP to create a placeholder for a 4-story multifamily dwelling on proposed lot 2, as well as the specific implementation plan for the clinic expansion on proposed lot 1. And that would include within it the waivers or variances required to the TOD zoning overlay based on the placement of the building and the proposed drop-off zone at University Row. I will be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. The developer has asked to have times pooled. So Jen Voigt, Michael McKay, and Detmer Bassiner will have pooled time. The first speaker will be Jen Voigt, West Johnson Street, Madison, support, wishing to speak, representing the developer. Jen, you have up to 9 minutes.
Thank you. I will try and be brief. Good evening, everyone. You can hear me okay, right?
Yes.
Great. I am Jen Voigt with EUA. I'll be speaking on behalf of the development team that includes Krupp and UW Health. Tim did a great job framing up the project, so that will allow us to be a little bit more brief. Big picture, UW Health is really excited to expand its services here beyond just digestive health, which is the current brand. As Tim mentioned, lots of things like urgent care, specialty, primary care, imaging lab, and pharmacy. By locating it, or co-locating it, I should say, directly adjacent to this existing building, there's a number of advantages for UW Health, including staffing and operational efficiency, and a huge advantage for patients in terms of patients' convenience, in terms of, contrasting that with building this facility in another parcel somewhere else. It really does help patients to kind of have all of those services in one spot. They do expect this building to be a regional hub for medical care, drawing patients from multi-county service area. Next slide, please. Seeking, as Tim mentioned, the PUD update, as well as an SIP approval and the consolidation and rearrangement of parcels. The big thing to point out here is the existing site is predominantly surface parking as it serves the existing medical building. We do see this project as a positive step towards increasing density and moving that surface parking towards structured parking in the future, which we do think is a good step forward for density and the development overall. Next slide, please. Just to taking a look at our site plan, I think you can see all the elements that Tim mentioned. Big picture, we are trying to push the allowable height and density of this addition towards the internal street to our development, University Row. We are trying to create a single and identifiable main entry for the combined footprint of the existing and new off from University Row. And creating that new entry inherently kind of creates a paradox, even as much as we want to push all the vehicular traffic to a parking structure and intend to do so. The fact that we have an entry signed 750 University Row, GPS will take an Uber there means we will have patients arriving at item 1. And we want those patients to be safe. We want to make sure if they need to get a wheelchair out of the trunk or a stretcher to be unloaded, that they have the opportunity to do that off the street in a safe environment. Next slide, please. Just a quick look at the existing condition. As Tim mentioned, we do have an existing drop-off canopy that right now faces the surface parking lot. So with the addition, we'll be supplanting this and trying to kind of recreate the function as we're showing in the new development. Tim, you can go ahead to slide 6, please. One more is fine. Thank you. You can see that parking structure that we mentioned is the lower structure. The existing building is on University Avenue, the 3-story. The new addition in the distance is the 4-story building. Sorry. And then the lower parking structure there facing to the plan right is what you're looking at. It will have a green roof and solar panels. Next slide, please. Just wanted to provide a few more 3D views to help kind of orient you to the discussion. I will say we did meet with neighbors, inclusive of all the neighbors you see here invited. And I know especially the Western neighbors who are in the single family residences were appreciative of the our attempts to kind of reduce the scale as you move towards those single family residences and push the density towards the University Row side. Next slide, please. This is the prominent corner of University and University. We can go to the next slide. We are trying to create a positive street experience. We want to continue to welcome our neighbors and other uses of the development into the public sidewalk. We've created pocket parks and some dense landscaping along those to encourage the continued utilization of these public amenities. We want to be as safe as possible as we get to the drop-off that we're creating. So we've intentionally kept only the same number of inlets as we currently have into the surface parking lot, which is 2. We've tried to narrow those inlets compared to the existing and landscape around them to slow down traffic and keep, the pedestrian experience positive. Next slide. Here's that view of the building entry, the close-up, the things we might want to be discussing with this group in terms of the TOD exceptions, covered drop-off, which you see on the screen. That's where patients, and we get a lot of vans and transfer vans from nursing homes and that sort of thing, where the driver literally has to get out and escort that patient through to the front door. So we do feel that drop-off is a critical need in terms of the function of this building. And the next slide will be the final one we speak to, please. So this is just specifically calling attention to those exceptions. And you can see the relevant pieces. I would say the issue of setback is partially a geometry result. As you can see, the site as it comes to University and University starts to slope away from the existing building. So the property line and the setback line do the same. We have at a certain point tried to turn the building back towards University Row. As you can see that bend to try and get back closer to the building. We did study with the UDC process an alternate option that introduced another bend to try and stay closer to that blue line. But ultimately they didn't favor the solution. It did create really awkward geometries, and they felt like ultimately hopefully Tim, I know he made clear that, ultimately we're hoping that we're meeting the spirit of the code through our attempts to landscape and create that dense facade on University Row. With that, I'll open it up.
Okay, thank you. Did Michael McKay or Detmer Bassener wish to speak? You've got about 3 minutes left.
Commissioner
Yes.
Zellers, this is Dietmar with Krupp Jones Contractors. I don't have anything additional to add, but I'm certainly available for questions.
Okay.
And as both Tim Parks and Jen had outlined, I think we meet the general conditions of what we're asking for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then our next registrant is Evan Munn, University Row Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Evan, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, then next, Alder Slack, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair. I'd love that opportunity.
Okay.
So I'm a huge fan of this project, and so are many, many people in the neighborhoods surrounding it. This project from its inception has involved community, has listened to feedback from people, including people who know a lot around this neighborhood about hydrology and stormwater management and protecting the lake. There's a lot of people that care a great deal about those things. And this project attended so well to all of these concerns that I'm not hearing any concerns from anyone. And in fact, the first meeting I attended with public comments after this wonderful presentation, the only reaction was from the people behind the parking lot there was, I like this. And so the resilient features of this building, the way they've incorporated, stormwater, nature-based stormwater management techniques and the green roof, even the details around how they're shading the lights from the cars in that a little bit in the parking area so that there's not bright lights that are going to be facing the neighbors behind them. There's just an incredible amount of detail. I don't see how they can make this site work as well as it is going to without this drop-off area. I'm really hoping that's not a concern for anyone. It's just necessary given the function of what this project is.
Thank you, Alder. Are there questions by commissioners of any of the registrants? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I'm not sure who from the development team can answer this, but I have questions about the what seems to be a very large number of parking stalls. I read 830 parking stalls for the portion of the project that is the specific implementation plan, but I also read that you're planning 1-to-1 a parking ratio for the GDP apartment building that you're thinking about, and that would be 1 per bedroom, not 1 per unit. That's an awful lot of parking. Can you justify that?
Jen, can you take that?
I can. I can start, and I think Dietmar will want to speak to the future residential development. But in terms of the healthcare use, we currently have 225 surface spaces serving the existing 67,000 square foot building. We are adding approximately 180,000 square feet of clinical space to this building. So in moving from 225 spaces to 830 spaces roughly, we are increasing, I would say, a little bit less than a commensurate amount based on the square footage move. Unfortunately, healthcare, a lot of our patients are challenged by coming in items other than personal vehicles, although UW Health is super supportive of their staff coming by public transportation. All of our spaces will be going to structured parking. They will all be covered and they will all be within the structure itself, including 2 levels of which are underground. So we feel like the project overall will be improved based on not having the surface parking. Dietmar, do you want to speak to the residential?
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Heck, thank you for bringing that up. This is again Dietmar here with Krupp. The point that you bring up is absolutely valid, and I need to probably step back in the sense that the development as a whole has been very thoughtful about parking all along. So if you recall, the development was incepted, I guess, 12, 13 years ago. And all along the while, as different components of the development were created, the idea and from the very beginning part of this is to have a shared parking strategy and also its location here with great means to access of public transport. This combination of just not singularly focusing on providing cars for everyone, but the right amount of parking. So I think what might be getting lost in the fact that UW Health for the clinic building proper at 830 stalls to support that kind of infrastructure could almost be considered underparked, but we realize that we want to bring in parking connection through the public transport system, alternate transportation modalities, bike, etc. So to consider a 1-to-1 parking ratio on the apartment is really just par for the course as we consider this entire development. We try to be extremely thoughtful about not having too much parking and really encouraging those alternate modes of transportation that connect to this entire development.
Thanks. Just a follow-up. I guess it is, I think, unusual to see 1-to-1 for bedrooms rather than units. But also, it seems to me like this could be a situation where shared use of parking stalls would work well. There will be many clinic spaces that are not used in the evening where apartment dwellers could perhaps then use them. I hope you'll consider that.
If I could respond to that, I think that's a valid point. I think there's some security considerations just from an institutional standpoint that want to be carefully considered. So as much as I want to say yes, I think there's some further studying that would have to be done just because of the two different entities involved and just the institutional part of it. But understood.
Great. I hope you'll explore that. And then the TDMP that you'll be developing, it hasn't been developed yet, correct? Your traffic?
No, that has been submitted.
It has. Okay.
Yes, it has been submitted. That was submitted, I want to say, back in April or so. So I was surprised to see in the staff report that there is no recognition of that. But yes, the TDMP was completed.
And is the TDMP applying to the apartment building component also, or just to the healthcare component?
It's my understanding it would just be for the healthcare component because the apartment building would be a future SIP.
Okay.
But having said that, Tim Parks would really be the entity that would have the proper response to that. The TDMP was specific just to the 750 University Row expansion, the healthcare component.
Okay, thanks. I'm sure Tim appreciates being referred to as an entity. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner McCahill. Now we can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes. Okay, good.
Okay. I also wanted to ask about the TDMP. And so, yeah, it would have been nice to have seen that. I imagine with this much parking, it has to be a pretty robust plan. So could you at least, it must include charging for parking and things like that. Could you walk through some of the features of the TDMP?
Yeah, absolutely. And, Commissioner McCahill, I'm going off of memory here. I don't have this TDMP in front of me, but I was involved with it. So I'm going to try my hardest to recall the specifics of it. I think one of the huge benefits that is often missed is just UW Health's commitment to making their facilities as accessible as possible. So one of the items that they offer as an institution is the ability to get bus passes, and I don't even want to say at a reduced fare, but I almost want to say free of charge. Now, Mike McKay is on the call. He would be better apt to answer that question, but that's a huge sort of relief in the gaining those total points to get to that over that threshold. On top of that, UW Health also encourages obviously ride sharing. We do have accessibility to major bus routes here. Not only the BRT that's relatively close by, but other bus routes that are in play, although I believe some of them are actually getting reduced, so which is much to our dismay of staying connected to the rest of the transit network. I think those were some of the bigger highlights, if you just recall the bigger chunks of point totals that get us over that threshold. I hope that answers some of your questions. I would have to pull out the paperwork, honestly, to dive into every level of detail, but I hope that addresses some of the major points that you're looking for.
Thank you.
Did you have any follow-ups, Commissioner McCahill?
No, I think not without being able to see that. Yeah, that'll have to. Thanks.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I kind of had the same question, and I'm not sure if they were just answered, but on regards to, again, are those parkings to be paid for by the people that are going to be living there? And if there were any incentives for people not to have cars, like, for example, the free bus passes. So I don't know if what you mentioned was regarding people visiting the hospital or the people living there, that they had those perks for them in exchange not to, to wave them away from cars.
Sure. I'll go back to just stating what maybe I didn't do such a good job explaining. UW Health as an organization is truly committed to diversifying their means of transport. So providing bus passes to their employees if they so choose to. And again, I would have to defer to Mike McKay, who's on the call, if they are truly reduced, majorly reduced, or even free in some instances. There's also UW Health offers access to B-cycles to make sure that Mike, I see you may want to jump in here.
I can, Dietmar, if you're able to hear me.
Yep,
yes, we
hear
can.
you.
Go ahead, please.
Sure. Commissioners, this is Mike McKay. I'm Director of Planning, Design, and Construction and Real Estate with UW Health. What Dietmar is explaining, yes, our organization does support for our employees free bus passes. It's dependent upon their situation, where they're commuting from work, and their salary or income level. But we do promote that. At this location, I think we are averaging somewhere around 5 to 8% of the staff take advantage of that day in and day out. The parking that's proposed for this facility, though, will be shared between staff that park there on certain levels, and as well as the patients that we're serving, because we will have a fair amount of our patients arriving by use of their own personal vehicles. And that parking is replacing not only what is there today for the Digestive Health Center, it's also then serving the additional 180,000 square feet and the additional clinics that will be part of the new construction, along with the urgent care that is going in that facility as well. So there will be patients kind of coming in and out of that parking facility.
Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Alder? No. Commissioner Shepard.
Hi, this is for Dietmar or Michael. Could someone highlight how many patients roughly, I'm not asking for an exact number, but in terms of the patients that will be served at this expanded facility, how many would come from, percentage-wise, from outside the Madison area? I'm assuming that you will have patients coming from this region of the state, and maybe other folks from outside of the state. But can you give sort of a general number or estimate in terms of, how many folks are traveling there from beyond just the city of Madison?
Mike, do you want to take a swing at that one?
I can, Dietmar, I can start, and then Jen might have some more specific details from our functional programming. But yes, Commissioner, this facility will serve a fair amount of folks traveling from the region. We will have 8 specialty care pods or clinics within the new addition, along with the Digestive Health Center, which is maintaining operations. And we draw a fair amount of patients from outside of Dane County and the general South Central Wisconsin area to seek services here. Primary care is also going to be located in this building. And while most of those patients coming to see their primary care provider at this location will be local, there still are a fair amount that are coming from outside of Madison, traveling in from the edges of Greater Dane County. So quite a few of the patients arriving here day in and day out will be arriving from those other areas.
Thank you.
Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. This is a question that oftentimes Chair Zellers asks, but since I'm on the parking situation, I see that by city ordinance, you're required to have only 9 active EV charging stations in 830 parking stalls and be EV ready in 87 more. It seems that with staff and patients, it might be a great place to have more ready to go EV charging stations. Would UW Health consider committing to doing more than the minimum required?
Mike, why don't
we
I?
are. Oh, go ahead, Dietmar.
Oh, it's just why don't I start off and then you can supplement here. So part of what UW Health has committed to is, as Alder Slack had alluded earlier, is just this commitment to sustainability. And this particular build will undergo LEED approval. So inherent with that process is also a function of creating more EV charging than some of the minimum ordinance around the nation. So to the exact number, I think, Mike, you wanted to maybe speak to that, but it will be more than the City of Madison ordinance that's currently set forth.
Yes, our commitment will be to exceed the minimums, Dietmar, and the exact number is a work in progress. We are pursuing through our Program Director of Sustainability and Energy Management with UW Health grant funding for the additional stations. It's a similar process that we're implementing with the East Park Medical Center and the American Center, which is underway, under construction as we speak, doing the same thing there as well. That is our commitment. We are pursuing LEED Gold certification, LEED 4.1, I believe, for healthcare. We may achieve that, or we may get close, and in doing so, our commitment to that EV stations and that is part of that commitment.
Thanks. Those are encouraging answers.
Are there any further questions of any of the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. This is for either Tim or Kevin. I guess I'm interested in the parking ratio that I brought up for the apartment building GDP portion of this. Is addressing something like that more appropriate when the specific implementation plan for that aspect of this comes forward? Because it seems it's kind of just an estimate now rather than a firm number. So do you recommend that be dealt with at SIP time?
Yes. I think we'll know more about the building, the final number of units, the number of bedrooms, and there's no immediate plans for the building to be built right now. I think the focus is mostly on the clinic addition, and in all fairness to the development team, they were goaded by somebody on this call, now referred to as the entity, to submit the use of Lot 2 with the GDP to get it on the table, not leave it as a blank that would definitely have to come back to be filled in later. If they knew or if they had a rough idea of what they wanted to do now. And so they did that, and here we are. But I think we'll know more later, including how the new transit system is working. Obviously, if we're talking, sometime down the road about when this apartment building would be built, what the market demands are going to be. I think we know that things are shifting away from even one parking stall per unit, certainly away from one per bedroom. And there will be a TDM, or I believe there will be a TDM for that building when it is submitted subsequently, by virtue of the fact that now those are required by default by MGO.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Solheim.
I will move that the Plan Commission forward the amended Plan Development, GDP, and SIP for University Crossing to Council for approval. To allow construction of an addition to an existing clinic and parking structure at 702 to 750 University Row, as well as future construction of a 4-story, 110-unit multifamily dwelling on Lot 2, all subject to the conditions of the staff report.
Seconded by Alderfield. Commissioner Solheim, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I will just, and thank you to Commissioner Heck for raising the questions about parking, that I think many, if not all of us on this commission would support less parking and maybe even more housing units on that parcel.
Any other discussion, input? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. And now looking for a motion on agenda item 14. Commissioner Solheim.
I move that the Plan Commission forward the CSM for 702 to 750 University Road to Council with a recommendation of approval.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alderfield. Commissioner Solheim, did you wish to speak to your motion? Okay. Any comments, input? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. And now, looping back to agenda item 7, Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to note that I believe I've had a chance to look into the issue, and I was mistaken earlier in terms of procedurally where we are at. I believe the Plan Commission can act on the proposal as the motion was on the floor. So I don't have any procedural issues. I believe we're noticed correctly and the agenda was correct. So my apologies to the Commission, and thanks to Tim and the Chair. And again, my apologies for pushing this one to the end of the agenda.
Okay. And so we'll take that off the table. We do have a motion and a second on that. And I believe it was Commissioner Solheim who made the motion. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner? No. Okay. Any comments, input on this before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is business by members. Is there any business by members? Seeing no raised hands, we're on to the Secretary's report. Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Really quickly, just a few things that I want to cover with tonight's Secretary's report. I did want to note in the consent agenda that was sent out late last week, there was mention of some upcoming plan-related meetings, and I just wanted to quickly highlight those for the good of the Commission. The first one I want to note is a meeting that is this Thursday night. It's a virtual meeting, and I can share the information. This is from our city's or from the Planning Division's website. But there is an interim interim update to the land use plan, or the GFLU map, and there is a virtual meeting this Thursday at 6 p.m. You have to sign up through the website, but that's there. What this is doing is this is starting the process for the interim update to the land use map. And this is actually the subject, or at least the scheduled subject, of the Plan Commission's September 7th work session that the Commission will be discussing this, but this is a public kickoff meeting. And then there's a series of other plan meetings related to the West Area Plan. And I just wanted to quickly highlight, there's 3 meetings here. They're essentially covering the same topic area over the next few weeks. The meeting on the 18th and the 26th, again, covering the same meeting. These are virtual public meetings. And again, the point is to get some feedback on what the planning team has heard so far, and really kind of recap where we are in the process and some of the earlier public input, kind of get some feedback in terms of kind of the main themes and big issues. Again, all of this is up on our website. The meetings on September 18th, and I'm sorry, July 18th and July 26th. And then there is an in-person meeting covering the same material at Renenbaum Park, and that's on August 2nd. So with that, then I was just going to quickly note the upcoming matters on the agenda. I won't go through all of these, just a couple of updates. I will note that on July 24th, the Plan Commission was previously scheduled to hear the museum project on North Carroll Street. That is going to be moved back to the August meeting, so that won't be on your agenda next time. On your agenda right now, there is, among the larger developments, there is a 4-story mixed-use building behind the library, the Penny Library on Penny Street, with 138 units in a 4-story building. And that will be among the projects that the Plan Commission will be seeing on July 24th. And then moving to your meeting of August 7th, there's a few items as listed on your agenda, including a conditional use for a drive-through on Park Street, conversion of a daycare facility on Gavin Road, and also a conditional use for a nightclub tenant on North Sherman. So all those are listed in the Plan Commission, and unless there's any other questions, that's all I have for this evening's Secretary's report.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And next on our agenda is adjournment. Do we have a motion? Moved by Commissioner Mendez, seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Without objection, we'll go to an immediate vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, we are adjourned, and I will see you on July 24th. Thank you, everybody.